Hello. Hello, my friends, and welcome back to those of you who were with me earlier today for the live stream on Justin Timberlake. I promised I'd come back and we'd recap the Boulder trial, and here we are. Got my hat on, got my gear on, got my jersey on, because if we don't beat Colorado State tomorrow night, we're going to have a problem. It's going to be a really long season. In fact, the CU-CSU game is going to be on CBS here in New York, which in the entirety of my time as a Colorado alum has never, ever happened, ever. I'm here for it. Yeah, let's hit the like button before we get started. Somebody was just saying in the chat, and I see it here. I wonder what Melanie's going to say about here, Eric Erickson. Eric Erickson. I want to hear what she says about the guy who drove his truck onto Folsom Field here in Boulder yesterday. That's hilarious because as you sent that, I'm looking in the fam chat here, and I get a picture. Hit and run suspect on Folsom Field, in case anyone was curious. And then I said, you go to Fort Collins tomorrow for the big game? And I get, nah, I'm going to go to the Baylor game next weekend. Still need a ticket. So if anybody out there has a ticket for the Baylor game, please let me know. And then we're all talking about somebody writes an invisible ink. I know I shouldn't say this, but as much as CSU sucks, Fort Collins is a cool town. And then that was in invisible ink. And then another buff in the family said, Boulder's going to get their curse word rocked, I fear. So we're a family of buffs here. And the shame and embarrassment so far is real this football season. But we are here to talk about the horrific mass shooting case at Kings Soopers in Boulder on March 22nd of 2021. This case is currently on trial in Boulder County Court, and so many of you are in Colorado, and you had no idea when we started covering this that this case was even that the trial had even started. So here we are. We have a bunch to catch up on, including some horrific details. I've pulled some testimony for us to watch. If there is anything specific that you'd like to cover, there's a forensic psychologist on the stand today. I want to go to his testimony. Probably last thing, I want to catch up on some other testimony from the days that we have to recap. Al Salt says invisible ink might just make group chats fun and petty enough for me to participate. The group chats that I have with my kids are hilarious, really funny, just as funny, almost as funny as the chat here. So there's that. Lydia says, thanks for covering the Kings Soopers shooter trial. I've lived in Boulder County for over 40 years, and this was stunning. Stunning, but not in a good way. Yeah. There's some testimony that we're going to cover today that's chilling. I mean, we've covered a lot of chilling testimony in this case so far, but believe it or not, it does get a bit worse. So let's see, where did we leave off? We did openings, which were amazing. We learned that Michael Daugherty, who is the DA of Boulder County, who is the elected DA in Boulder, is trying this case personally with an assistant. We learned that Mark Betterow, who is my frequent guest, also New York admitted attorney, served in the Manhattan DA's office, actually served in the Manhattan DA's office with Michael Daugherty, and says that he is an amazing, amazing man. And we have noticed that from our coverage of this trial because he is everything a prosecutor should be. He's gentle. He seems kind. He's methodical. His opening was like painting with words. It was one of the best openings I've ever heard because we couldn't really see it because it's Colorado and there are no cameras in the courtroom. We are relegated to the WebEx cameras, which is kind of like Zoom. The audio is not bad, but the video is not great. So when I zoom in on it, I have to zoom in on it so that you guys can see just the witness. You can't really see the attorneys, you can't really see the judge. But I do owe you a catch up, and that is what we're here for today. So let's look at what happened the first week of the trial. We saw opening statements. The defendant's name is Ahmad Alissa, and the judge's name is Judge Ingrid Bakke. We haven't heard much about her. She doesn't really speak much in this trial. So far, I don't really have an opinion about the judge. We watched a lot of emotional witness testimony in the first days that we covered this. A lot of people, narrow escapes. A lot of witnesses who watched their friends gunned down inside the Kings Soopers supermarket that day. And some testimony that we did not see that I'm going to recap for you, but let me just... Some of it is long and it's methodical. And as you know, I mean, they have to question these witnesses very carefully, especially the forensic ones, the ones from the FBI, the ones who did all of the searches and the methodical research leading up to the weapons purchases and things like that. So let's take a look at the first week. As I was just I'm losing my train of thought completely. It's already like I've been on the air so long today, but we need to do this. So let's do it. I found out, which I thought was interesting, that they originally called in something like 1,500 jurors. They were able to narrow it down to 16. So there are 12 who will sit on the jury, 4 who are alternates. They don't choose their alternates until after the close of evidence and the closing statements are done. In some states, the alternates are chosen before the trial begins, so the alternates kind of check out, in my opinion, knowing that they're going to be alternates. So I think this is a better way to do it. They're going to keep the jurors' identities private, which I also agree with, for their protection, because it's a high-profile case. And they didn't say it, but in an election year, having to do with gun control, and I can see the need for it. And the issue here is whether or not the defendant is guilty by reason of insanity. And the claim is that he had untreated schizophrenia, severe schizophrenia, that led him to commit these horrific acts. But the prosecution is trying to show that it was premeditated. And a lot of the evidence is going to premeditation and planning. And through a lot of that testimony, the prosecution is trying to show that because of the planning and the preparation and the fact that he seemed to be hunting down his victims in the store, that it was a very methodical way of choosing his victims. We heard some testimony during one of the last streams that we did that witnesses described him as shooting people who seemed to be in fear. And there was an elderly man who was something like 95 or 98 years old who seemed to be oblivious to what was going on. And he walked by that man several times and let him live. But he only seemed to be shooting and killing people who were afraid of him. We heard a woman, an ER doctor, testify about how she was coming home from skiing and she was wearing a yellow ski jacket. And she climbed into a shelf of what I imagine are Lay's potato chips because they were yellow and she wanted to hide. And it's chilling. Chilling. Thanks, Barry Raven. Barry Raven's like, it might be a good idea to play your sponsor just because of the nature of the cake. Oh, Barry Raven, that's my girl from Ireland. She's always looking out for me. Always looking out for me. We'll give this sponsor a play in a second or two because this is also a last minute stream. So we kind of need to wait for some people to get in. So that is a fantastic idea because you know what YouTube does. They don't like topics like this, but I think they're so important. I'm so saddened that this case is not getting a lot more attention and a lot more interest. You know, that people are more interested in this like Lori Shaver's case than they are about a guy who killed 10 people in a supermarket 3.5 years ago and has been trying to get out of even having this trial go forward, claiming he's incompetent and all kinds of other crazy things. Like, it's really, really sad that a mass shooting like this is not getting more attention and more interest, right? I mean, people who are going out and the testimony is so emotional. And it's this is stuff that does need to be talked about. And Fair, you're right. So I think right now is a great time to hear a word from our sponsor. And it's because of my sponsor that we can cover topics like this and we're not beholden to the YouTube censorship rules. So if you have not heard about this recent hack data breach, this company was hijacked and all of their data was stolen and it was held ransom. And the hackers wanted something like $5 million, or they were going to release all the data to the dark web. And they did release all the data to the dark web, including the social security number of every single American. My sponsor, Aura, can help you with that because you don't want to be in the situation where someone steals your identity and your credit is stolen. And in fact, because I use Aura myself, I wouldn't recommend something to you that I don't personally use. They notified me that my social security number was found on the dark web and told me exactly what to do to minimize any damage and prevent anything from happening. So let's take a quick word from our sponsor, if you wouldn't mind, of today's show, Aura. Today's video is sponsored by Aura. And it's a really important time to be talking about them because hackers may have stolen the social security numbers of every American. Over 2.9 billion records were stolen from national public data, which offers personal information to employers, private investigators, staffing agencies, and others doing background checks. These stolen records include a person's full name, address, date of birth, social security number, and phone number, along with alternate names and birth date. And members of this hacker group have reportedly released this information on the dark web for free. I don't know if you've ever had your identity stolen, but I've had clients who've had their identity stolen. And not only is it a major hassle, but oftentimes before you find out, it's too late. The damage can take years to undo, and it's a hassle that you definitely do not want to deal with. So if you haven't been taking precautions before with your personal information online, this should be a huge wake-up call. You've never been more vulnerable online than you are right now. But I'm not too worried about it because I use Aura. Aura alerts me if they find my phone number, my email, my social security number, or any other personal information on the dark web. They're going to let me know fast if anyone tries to use this information to access my credit or bank accounts. They give me up to $5 million in identity theft insurance should the worst case scenario happen. They also provide a bunch of other features to keep you safe online, all inside one app. And you can go to my link at www.aura.com/MelanieLittle to try it for free for 14 days. That'll be enough time for Aura to find out if any of your personal information or data has been exposed. I highly recommend you do this right now because not only is national public data not going to do anything to help you, they probably aren't even going to face any repercussions for this breach. I'm not leaving myself and my family vulnerable to data breaches. And if you don't want to either, you want to go to my link, www.aura.com/MelanieLittle, to try 2 weeks for free. You can thank me later. You can thank me later. All right. Here's why this case is so important. Just one of the many reasons why this case is so important is that in 2021, 53 people died in mass shootings, according to the Violence Project. 10 of those people were killed by this defendant, Ahmad Alissa, on March 22nd of 2021. According to testimony on day 2, which is where we left off, he bought multiple guns and ammunition from an online retailer, from a private individual, at Westminster Arms and at Eagle's Nest Armory in Arvada, with purchase transactions dating back to January 3rd of 2021. So for at least 60 days, almost 90 days prior to the shooting, he was stockpiling weapons. During some additional testimony on day 2, which we did not watch, through location data and purchase transactions, the prosecution showed how Alissa drove multiple times to the stores over the 3 months. And the ADA referred to Alissa as their loyal customer. For each of the guns, aside from the one purchased from an individual, the defendant had to fill out forms for background checks, all of which were returned without issue. I saw a question fly by in the chat saying, wasn't he on medication? The answer is no. He was untreated. In fact, there was some testimony that his father did notice that he was seeing things and seeing people in the house, and that they thought that he was possessed by a demon. So it wasn't until he was confined to the psychiatric hospital, which was something like 9 months after his arrest, that he was forced into taking medication. It went untreated, despite the fact that his family did apparently see some signs and symptoms. Testimony also on that day 2 demonstrated that he drove about 23 minutes from his home in Arvada, followed traffic lights and all of the speed limits to get to South Boulder. He passed Kings Soopers and drove through the neighborhood, passing the senior center and the library, and stopped at one point across from a house on Darley Street before returning to Kings Soopers to park. Here is some testimony that we're going to go back to and listen to from one of the eyewitnesses who was lucky to get out of there when she did. Let me just see if I can zoom in on this a little bit better so we can see her more than we can see the other screens that are kind of like showing us nothing. Okay, her name is Mrs. Shakty.
And it is adjustable. And there's also some water in that pitcher and some cups. All right, Mr. Kaufner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Introduce yourself to the jury. Tell them your name and how you spell your last name.
My name is Elan Shakty. The last name is spelled Shakti.
Miss Shakty, how old are you?
79.
Where do you currently live? What part of the state?
Grand Junction, Colorado.
And what do you do?
I'm retired. I am a doctorate have a doctorate in natural medicine.
When you were working, what did you do with that doctor in natural medicine?
I got my doctorate later in life. And prior to that, I was a registered nurse, a bachelor degree nurse. Did that mostly, but I practiced about 2 years after.
When did you get that doctorate?
Oh, you would have to ask. 1995.
Okay. And how many years were you a nurse before that?
Oh, probably about 10.
In 2021, did you live in Grand Junction?
No, I lived here in Boulder.
What were you doing in 2021?
I was retired, but I took care of my daughter's 3 boys.
And that was here in Boulder?
Yes.
And with respect to the date of this incident, March 22nd, 2021, what were you doing that day?
Well, I had just newly been diagnosed with atrial fib about 2 weeks prior, and they were having a little trouble finding the right medication to keep it under control. That morning I had 2 doctor's appointments, and it was a hectic morning, and I had several errands that I needed to run, and by 1:30 or 2, I decided I could not go on anymore. I had to go home, but I still had the new prescription to pick up at Kings Soopers. And I also had been putting off getting flowers for a friend whose husband and son had died 2 weeks prior. And I just had to get that done. So I thought, okay, I'll go to Kings Soopers. But fortunately, I decided I couldn't pick up the medication. Sorry.
Okay.
Survivor's guilt is real.
So I decided not to do that. I decided not to go to the pharmacy there on the east side of the grocery store. I just went to where the flowers were on the west side, and that's where I was completing that purchase. And the
Let me stop you.
okay.
How were you getting around that day? Were you driving, or was somebody driving you, or how were you getting to your doctor's appointments and then to King Soopers?
I was driving myself, and that kind of wore me out as well.
When you got to King Soopers, where did you park?
I parked at the closest parking in the handicap next to the grocery store, to that entrance on the west side.
Okay. To the west entrance.
Yes.
And what, like, medically was going on in addition to the AFib? Like, were you having some trouble walking at that point?
Yes, I had just gotten over I had had a steroid shot from a back injury, and I was still using, well, the shot was like several months before, but I was still using a trekking pole to help me walk and not fall. I was able to walk from the distance from the car to the store, and I thought I would use a cart, and I left my cane in the car.
Okay. So you just held on to a cart in the store to kind of help you maneuver?
Right.
So you decided not to go to the pharmacy and get the prescription. You're in the flower section, and the flower section is on that west end of the King Soopers.
Correct.
What are you doing in the flower section? Had you picked the flowers?
I had picked 2 plants, one for each death. And the boy that worked there, and I had to already paid for the flowers. He was helping me wrap them up. It was 25 degrees outside, but the sun was really shining, but we were still afraid they might freeze. So he had just finished helping me and had turned to go back to where the register was, and I was getting ready to go around to get by the cart to push. When, well, before that, we had heard shots out in the parking lot. Well, I didn't think they were shots. I thought they were fireworks.
So you heard some loud noises out in the parking lot,
Right.
and you just kept going on with your transaction of, you were just continuing to buy the flowers or
Right.
the plants.
And I was ready to, the shots at the firecracker sound was still happening, but I had finished to go around to get the cart to push it out. And the deli is also at that end. And there was a young man in the deli that started yelling, "Run, get out." And then the firecracker shots, or whatever you want to call them, started going down to the middle of the store. It's still in the parking lot. And I couldn't see because the big windows were there, but I couldn't see. Half of it was blocked with the wall, and I couldn't see anybody, but I could hear these firecrackers. And then the boy in the deli kept saying to run and get out, and by that time all the shots had gone to the east end, and I still didn't know what they were, but one young man that was at the west end was right there, and he noticed. He took a breath in and said, and the man's got a gun. And then he just immediately turned around and went to the back of the store. And that's when the guy in the deli said, get out of here, run.
Right.
And he also added, the people are falling.
The guy who said he's got a gun, where was he standing?
He was standing by the doors at the west end. I think it looked like he had a broom, but I think he had a mop and was, because the snow had been melting and the floor was, people were tracking in the mud and of the melting snow, and so he was right by the door. I couldn't see the floor, but that's what I assumed he was doing.
And so you hear the deli clerk saying, run. You hear this man saying that's by the door, he has a gun. Do you hear other loud noises inside the store at some point?
Just right after that, and it was by that time at the east doorways. And you could definitely tell the difference of this firecracker sound. And then when he got inside, it just reverberated through the building. And then you knew.
Was it louder when it got inside?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did at that point.
Well, I think I had already gone to the cart to start pushing it. But I saw, and other people were starting to go out that west door. And I thought, I probably shouldn't take the cart, and I can't run, but I'll just walk quickly. And then when I started doing that, I probably was closer, as you two are, to being at the front doors on the west end. And I stepped down and my foot just slipped out from under me. I felt something wet. And then I don't remember falling. I didn't remember any pain. I just fell on the floor. And
When you ended up on the floor, how were you positioned when you were there?
I had one arm up this way and one arm down this way, and I was lying flat on my chest, spread out.
What were you experiencing while you're laying there face down on the floor?
I wasn't, strangely enough, because I don't remember falling and I don't remember hitting the floor, but I wasn't, at that point, I knew I needed to get out and to get up, but I wasn't able to move. I couldn't even bring this arm down or this one up. I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't.
She broke her back when she fell. She fractured a vertebrae in her back.
Shout. I couldn't talk. The only thing I could do was hear. And that was enough.
What were you hearing?
The shots.
Right. And as the shots continued, could you tell what direction they were moving?
They were moving from the east doorways back into probably about it was just pop all the way to the inner, I imagine right adjacent to the pharmacy where you get your prescription.
What were you hearing as far as other people while you were laying there unable to move?
I couldn't see them. I couldn't open my eyes, but I could feel people going by me. And I was instantly praying. When I found I couldn't move myself, I just said, God, I hope you're ready for me. Because I think this is it.
God, I hope you're ready for me because I think this is it.
And during that time while you were on the floor and you couldn't move,
Right. And I could hear the people going by. And then I added to the little prayer, please don't let me get stepped on. And I didn't. So
when you say you could hear people going by, you could hear
the rush
footsteps.
in footsteps. Yeah, I could kind of sense they were going by.
What's the next thing that happened?
I kept repeating that litany to God, and I couldn't possibly move. So I just resigned the fact that I was there. And then nobody else was coming by. And I thought, okay, God, I think this is really it. And there's nobody here to help me get up. But I could still hear the shots. And by this time they were coming like to the center of the store. And I then at that time, I said my little prayer, but I added, and I can't breathe. And I couldn't understand why I was adding that because I didn't even have the sensation of that autonomic nervous system causing me to breathe. I didn't have any sensation that I couldn't breathe. Then
While she's talking about not being able to breathe, I just realized that I was holding my breath this entire time. Breathe. Everybody just breathe.
I said that several more times, thinking that I was there all by myself, and the shooter was coming toward the end, my end, and I wasn't fearing that he was that close to me or could even see me on the floor, but somewhere out of the other side of me, somebody jerked my arm, and I think that got me up off my chest enough, but he wasn't expecting dead weight. He had just gotten my wrist and jerked really hard. But when he did that, I found I was able to move my hand, and then he got a better grip, one hand under my arm and then one hand here, and I was able to bring my arm down and help him lift me up. And I got on my feet, but I wasn't even standing up yet. I was just kind of trying to raise my body, and all heck broke loose. I was in such excruciating pain that I could hardly stand there, but he waited and helped me walk out of the store. And I thought I went out the west end doors, but later in talking to the young man who helped me, he said, no, he took me out. There's a little side door on the other side of the Starbucks. That's just a one door. And he thought that's where he took me out, but I envision going at those two front doors, and it might be because that's where I was headed.
But this young man helped you all the way until you got outside the store.
We got outside the store, and about halfway down, like the windows the doors to the outer doors was here. And he helped me, I don't know, maybe about 10 feet. And he turned to me and he said, and by that time I was on my feet. I was still in pain, doubled over, but I knew I could walk. And he asked me if I was okay to go to the end of the building. And that side of the building is just all brick, no windows or anything. And turn just to get to the side where I could turn around the corner and couldn't be seen. But in that space of time, I kind of checked on where my car was parked, thinking maybe I should just go, but I was in such pain, I knew I couldn't do that. So I went on around the corner. He went into the store to help other people. And around the corner were two women kind of huddled there. Waiting.
Let me stop you there and just ask, this young man who helped you, can you tell us what he looked like?
Well, I thought it was the same guy that was at the deli hollering for everybody to get out. I saw the white apron. I didn't look ever at his face. I just saw this white apron that he had on being at the deli, and he had a little white cap and long hair, but I never saw his face.
Okay.
I didn't know who he was.
But he was somebody you think worked at Kings Soopers
Right.
and worked in the deli.
Yeah. And I thought he was the one that helped me out. But later I was told it wasn't he, it was someone else.
Okay. You know somebody helped you.
I know somebody.
So now you come across these two women huddled around the corner once you make it around the corner on your own.
Right.
And what happens when you come into contact with those two ladies?
Well, they're shocked too. And they're kind of waiting. But by the time I got around the corner, I thought I was going to fall. So I leaned up against the building and kind of just scooted down the side of the building. There was no curb there, just a little lip from the foundation to the bricks. And I kind of squatted there, but I couldn't stay in that position. So they helped me back up. And both of them said, oh, one detail that I left out, the police hadn't even gotten there until I had almost gotten around the corner when the first police car came in.
Okay.
And we were relieved to see the police there, but both of them had parked at the way west end of the parking lot. And they said, and I agreed, when the police got there, I said, my car's right at the front door. But if one of you could drive me home, and they were wanting to go too. So I lived in the apartments right across the street from the grocery store. So one of them agreed to take me, and the other one, who was still parked, they were both on that way west end. So she went to her car, and this other woman just said she'd take me across the street. So
Just so that I'm totally clear, you said the police started to arrive and then you said they were parked in the west end. You're talking about the two ladies
the
that
two
you
ladies, yeah.
came into
The
contact.
police came in right at the middle entrance into the parking lot.
What happened after you got home?
I was in a lot of pain, and I just sat there, and I kept getting worse. And I called my daughter, and she said she would come. And I said, I think I need to go to the emergency room. She said, well, I'll come and pick you up and take you. But she couldn't. By that time, the whole place was surrounded. They couldn't even get. I just lived right off Table Mesa. And she couldn't get there. It took her a while to figure out a way how to get around all the blocks, the block of the police cars and everything. And she finally did and took me, again, circuitous route to the hospital,
Which hospital did you go to?
the community hospital.
Over on Foothills?
No,
No.
uh,
On Broadway.
it's off base, it's a baseline and I've been gone 2.5 years. I can't remember the streets. now.
Totally fine.
Yeah.
It was a hospital here in Boulder.
Yeah.
What did you learn at the hospital or in your follow-up treatment about what had happened?
Because I was dealing with the heart thing too, it took a little, I'm not quite sure. Things started really getting muddled at that point, but I know they did an MRI with iodine to trace everything, and I think they did an X-ray and they discovered that I had a compression fracture at T6.
Is that something that continued to cause you problems?
It still does.
Judge, I have no further questions for her.
No questions.
All right, thank you. And she may be excused,
Thank
released
you.
from the subpoena. All right, thank you.
Can I approach just to?
Yeah.
I remember there was a witness that we heard testify. I can't remember his name and my notes are chicken scratch, but he said, I wasn't going to leave her there. I grabbed her and made her come out with me. And I thought maybe it was the young man who worked at the Starbucks. Let's listen to this next witness, Hayden Steele, who's going to identify the defendant.
It will adjust a bit.
Introduce yourself, tell us your name, and spell your first and last name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Hayden Steele, HADYN STEELE.
Mr. Steele, how old are you?
I'm 28.
What do you do for a living?
Currently, I work for Denver Public Schools for kids, helping kids with like emotional and behavioral disabilities.
When you say you work for Denver Public Schools, helping those kids, like, how do you help them?
So I'm like an instructional assistant kind of, so I kind of help teachers with lessons and stuff with them.
Are you in a classroom or something else?
Yes.
Work full-time for Denver Public Schools?
Yes, I work for an outside company, but we're contracted through Denver Public Schools.
Prior to going to your current job, what were you doing?
I was a chef,
Where were you a chef?
restaurant called The Sink here in Boulder.
And would that include the time period we're going to talk about, March of 2021?
For my Boulder friends, the Sink is on the hill in Boulder. Amazing pizza. They serve honey with the pizza on the table. You're supposed to put honey on your pizza crust. And the Sink has been there for, I got to think like 40, 50 years, right? It's a Boulder staple.
Yes.
How long did you work at the Sink?
Around 4 years.
It was Logan
And
Smith.
what was your living situation like in March of 2021?
I was living with a roommate at an apartment across the street from the Kings Soopers.
When you say across the street from the Kings Soopers, across Table Mesa,
Across Table Mesa, yes.
how long had you and your roommate lived there?
About a year.
What was your roommate's name?
Casey Taylor.
What were you and Mr. Taylor doing earlier in the day of March 22nd?
Just buying food for lunch before we had to work.
Okay. Before you went to King Soopers, what were you doing?
Just kind of hanging out.
You said before you went to work. What time did you have to go to work?
I believe it was around 3 o'clock when I had to go to work.
What about Casey? Did he have to go to work too?
I'm not sure if he worked that night or not. I don't recall.
Was he working at the same place?
Not at the time, no.
Did he at some point work at the Sink as well?
Yes.
So you started to say you were getting food. Did you walk or drive to get across the street to King Soopers?
We walked.
And when you got to King Soopers, where did you go and what did you pick?
We just bought a couple. We were about to buy a couple frozen pizzas and cans of like Arizona iced tea.
Did you go directly to those areas of the store to pick your frozen pizzas or did
Yes.
you?
Yes, we did.
Where were you in the store right around 2:30 or a little before?
Right at the self-checkout at the front,
When you say self-checkout at the front, on the west or the east side?
on
of the
the
store?
east side of the store.
And what are you doing at the self-checkout?
Just trying to pay for the things that we were about to purchase.
Do you recall where you were in the process of paying for your items?
We were about done, about ready to scan my card when,
What happened?
when the accused came in and started shooting people.
Did you hear anything?
The accused. He called him the accused. That's interesting. Not the defendant. The accused.
Before he came in?
We heard a few loud pops outside, but just assumed it was a nail gun or something because there was construction in the area. And then we saw a woman screaming and more people running into the store.
When you saw the woman screaming, where was she?
She was looking back towards the parking lot and just running as fast as she could in the opposite direction.
When you say she was looking back towards the parking lot, where was she at?
She was over by the customer service desk, but she was running in through the door.
She was running into the store from outside
Yes,
and screaming.
yes.
Could you tell what she was screaming?
Not really at the time, no.
And then you started to talk about what happened inside. How many of those loud noises did you hear when it was outside?
3 or 4.
Tell us what happened when he came into the store.
We saw a man, I saw a man standing there, and then I saw he had the gun. So I started to run the other way and I looked back and then I saw that man laying on the ground.
Okay. Back up. You saw a man standing where?
Right in front, sort of in front of me by the door to exit.
And you saw that man with the gun or someone else with the gun?
I saw someone else with the gun.
So describe to me how those two people you've just talked about were standing.
The man that was the unarmed man was standing facing the door. And I believe he was trying to get out of the store. I couldn't really tell in the moment what he was trying to do, but it appeared that he was trying to leave the store. And the man with the gun was entering the store and began firing at people.
How many shots did you hear inside the store?
Quite a few. I would, if I had to guess, probably between 15 and 20.
Where did you go when you ran?
I ran to the back of the store and exited through the rear exit.
Did you see the person that had a gun?
Yes,
What did they look like?
they look like him, sir.
You've identified the defendant sitting at the defense table with the
He looked like him, sir. Pointed right at him.
glasses and the white or light blue shirt.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would ask the record to reflect identification. What was he wearing?
At the time, it appeared that he was wearing like a tactical vest, and I didn't really get a good look at his clothes, but I saw he had what looked like a tactical vest and an AR-15 style rifle.
When you say AR-15 style rifle, are you familiar with firearms?
A little bit.
And the door that he came in, just to be clear, was that east door where you guys were at the self-checkout?
Yes, sir.
Describe what happened as you made it out of the store.
Just chaos, people screaming, running, gunshots, kind of people mobbing towards the back exit to get away from, everything that was going on in the front of the store.
Give us as much detail as you can about where you actually went out, what door you went out.
Yeah, it was the east side rear exit.
What type of area was it?
It was like a storage room or like a stock room for, extra things, kind of like a back area where they would keep extra stock of things. And
An area that people would not normally have access to if they were shopping in the store?
correct.
And how did you find that location?
Somebody was holding that door open. I believe that person worked there. They were holding that door open and telling people to go through that exit.
How many people do you think you saw leave through that back door?
It was a pretty massive crowd of us. I'd say probably close to 50 at the time I was leaving.
We didn't get to that yet, Gamer
I want to go
Ducko.
back to when he came through the door with the gun. How was he holding the gun?
He would look like he was ready to fire.
When you say look like he was ready to fire, what do you mean?
Well, he was holding it like this, I believe, and then started pointing it at people.
When he was pointing it at people, how was he doing so?
Pretty directly, and then the gunfire started.
And the person that you saw standing there that then, when you look back, was laying on the ground, Did you actually see him point the gun at that person?
I did not actually see it, but it did appear at the time that that man was shot.
What was the man with the gun's demeanor like, if you could tell?
It was hard to tell. He didn't say anything.
What happened when you got outside?
I ran up a back hill that was right there, and a whole bunch of us were going up it, and then helped some elderly woman behind the truck, like get behind a truck, and then waited there with her for a few minutes, and then I walked back to my apartment
How often would you go to that Kings Soopers?
almost every day.
Judge, if I could approach.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Steele, I've handed you what I've marked as People's Exhibit 20 for identification purposes. Can you tell me what People's Exhibit 20 is?
It would appear that it is myself and my former roommate, Casey Taylor.
Fair and accurate representation of the way you guys appeared as you were trying to check out that day?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would move to admit People's 20.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Have permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
They're not showing us any of the exhibits.
Walk the jury through who's who and what we see in this picture.
So I'm wearing the plaid jacket and holding the orange debit card in my hand. And then my former roommate, Casey Taylor, is holding some cash, and he's wearing the gray beanie and it looks like a black jacket.
And those are the items you guys were purchasing when this all started to take place, the pizzas and the teas.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I have no further questions for Mr. Steele.
Any questions?
No questions.
All right. Be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. You may step down and you're released from your seat.
Okay, and this was only day 2 of testimony, and the day continued and more witnesses testified, more eyewitnesses, including a woman by the name of Ms. Moonshadow, who was at the store with her son and described an emotional account of her attempt to hide. She had the shocking experience of making eye contact with the shooter, who then raised his gun in her direction. A photo was shown of her and her son just as they were about to run, with the shooter just feet away around the corner from the self-checkout kiosks. Miraculously, she said the gun seemed to knock against a ledge and he needed to rest, which gave them a short window to run. And none of the witnesses up to this point, this was the close of last week, had been cross-examined by the defense at all. Then moving on. We're going to move on for right now to the witness who testified about what's in the title of the thumbnail. A lot of the witnesses are taken out of order, so we may jump around a little bit. This witness's name, I just lost it. I believe it's Sarah Chen. Sarah Chen.
Introduce yourself to the jury and tell us how to spell your last name.
My name's Sarah, last name Chen, Chen.
Ms. Chen, can you tell the jury how you were employed for the majority of your life?
I'm a pharmacist for Kings Soopers.
Kind of describe how your career started and how you started working for Kings Soopers.
So I started in 2006. I was doing tech and intern work as I was working for my degree in pharmacy. And then in 2011, I became a pharmacist.
And did you work as a pharmacy tech during that whole time when you were going to school from 2006 to 2011?
Tech intern work both, yeah.
And after you graduated in 2011, where did you go to work?
I ended up in Grand Junction first.
What were you doing in Grand Junction?
I was working for City Market, Kings Soopers.
Is City Market and Kings Soopers related?
Mhm,
Yes.
yes.
And describe how long you were in Grand Junction and what you did.
I worked as a pharmacist for 6 months, and then I transferred back to Colorado Springs for a few months, and then I transferred to the Boulder area.
And all of this is working as a pharmacist for King Soopers
Yes,
or City Market.
yes.
When you say you transferred back to the Boulder area, that would have been around what year?
2012.
So when you transferred back to Boulder, what were you doing at that point?
I was floating around, so I traveled to all the stores in the district and helped them out, covered leaves.
So you weren't assigned to a single store.
No,
Explain how you would know what store you were supposed to go to on any day.
there's a scheduler that gives us 2-week schedule, and we just, we work off that schedule.
How did you feel about being a floater?
I liked it.
Why did you like it?
I wasn't stuck at one store. I got to meet a lot more people.
About how many stores were you floating at as a pharmacist when you came back to the Boulder area?
I believe there was around 13 stores.
So you get a couple weeks schedule, you might be at this store for a few days, at another store for a few days, and it was always something a little different.
Yes,
Were you working on the date of the shooting at the Table Mesa Kings Soopers, March 22nd of 2021?
I was.
Do you remember about what time you came to work that day?
I came in early. I clocked in around 2:15.
What time were you supposed to come in?
I believe I was supposed to come in at 2:30.
Describe that process when you get there as one of these floating pharmacists. What would you do when you clocked in?
Because I didn't have a set of keys, I would need to get a head clerk to come in and get me a set of keys.
Okay. When you say you needed to get a set of keys, explain what that means.
So I don't have keys to open or close the pharmacy, and I would have to close the pharmacy at the end of the day. And so the keys are stored in the booth in the back of the back of the store, and only head clerks had keys to get into that safe.
Was that because you were a floater?
Yes,
A pharmacist that was assigned to that single store would have their own set of keys?
yes,
Because you were at a different store, different days, you would always have to get a set of keys to be able to lock up.
yes,
Now, the pharmacy was already open when you got there, right,
Mhm.
at 2:15?
yes,
And it was just to be prepared for the end of the day when you would be the last pharmacist leaving?
mhm, yes.
So had you gotten the keys at the time the shooting started?
I did.
Explain what that was like on this day.
So Rikki went in and got me my keys, and I walked in, took off my coat, got on my lab coat, walked inside, and I was just talking to Carrie about my time off when the technicians, Kimmy, came over and told us there was an active shooter.
Want to back up to getting the keys. Where were you at when you got the keys from Rikki?
We were in the booth.
When you say the booth, what booth do you mean?
It's the locked room behind the service desk,
So like behind customer service?
behind customer service, and I believe on the side of the pharmacy.
That would be the location where the extra keys were kept.
Yes,
And as the head clerk, Rikki would have been the one that had access to them.
yes.
How well did you know Rikki?
Not too well, but I've met her a few times. She's gotten my keys a few times.
What were your interactions like with her when she got your keys?
We said hi, we asked each other how we were doing, that sort of thing. Sometimes we talked about some of the customers we were dealing with.
Oh, she's having so much trouble.
So you went to the pharmacy and you say Kimmy was the one that alerted you guys to some kind of an incident. Do you remember specifically what she said?
I don't, because I was just shocked. I know I saw Carrie and Maggie leave and go into the counseling room. And I stood there for a long time, not knowing what to do. And like, finally, I just said, duck, you have to duck.
Okay, you said duck, you have to duck.
I didn't say it, it was in my mind.
So what did you do?
So I finally ducked.
Were you hearing anything at that
I
point?
leaned up. I was in the counter right up front, well, right behind all the registers. And so I was listening.
So you were at the counter, you never ran anywhere or fled to any other
Yeah,
location,
sure, I did move.
okay? But initially you just ducked down behind the counter,
Mhm.
yes?
Yes,
What are you hearing at this point?
I'm hearing a lot of gunshots.
Can you tell if they're inside or outside the store?
I believe they were inside, but I couldn't really tell.
Can you give us an idea for how many gunshots you heard?
A lot. I wasn't counting. I just heard a lot of gunshots.
Were there breaks in between the shots or was it like continual? Describe like how they were spaced out.
There were small breaks, I think. And then at some point I heard a lot of metal clanging.
Right.
And I was like, that must be, because I was trying to figure out where he could possibly be. It was like, it could possibly be he's pushing a bunch of carts together.
Were you listening for anything else to let you know if he was in the area of the pharmacy while you were hiding?
I was listening to the to see if I could hear any plexiglass, because I knew we were surrounded by plexiglass.
When you say surrounded by plexiglass, what do you mean?
Because of the COVID, they had strung up a bunch of plexiglass to separate us from the customers.
Was the pharmacy itself locked?
Yes, it was there was a locked door.
So how was the only way somebody could have gotten to you?
He would have to pull out the plexiglass and climb the counter.
So you were listening to see if the plexiglass was moving or there was any activity at the plexiglass, because as long as it wasn't, you were safe.
I was there.
At some point, did you become aware of the location of the shooter?
No, like I said, I thought he was right by the shopping carts because all I heard was a lot of metal clanging.
At some point, could you hear somebody talking during this time?
I did. I heard yelling. And at first I couldn't hear what he was saying, but I listened more closely and I heard him screaming, "This is fun. This is fun." And I listened more closely because I couldn't believe, I doubted, how could anyone be screaming this? And I heard, "This is such fun. This is such fun." I thought everyone else heard it too, because he said it so many times. When Brandon was being questioned in the.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
You say he said it so many.
This is fun. This is fun. This is so much fun. She said he heard it. He said it so many times.
Times. He said it at least 3 or 4 times.
At least.
How did you know he was close to the pharmacy at that point?
Because I could hear him.
At any point, did you hear the plexiglass move?
No,
At some point, you said you moved. Where did you move to?
well, I moved to the back of the store because I didn't want to be dug down. I wanted to be able to move. So I know that the back of the store had a chair, a bench a stool that I could put over my shoulder. I could be able to put that over my shoulder, and those aisles in the back face the wall and filing cabinets. He's going to have to come down. I would see him. I felt safer that way
Why did you want the bench or the chair?
because we were entertainment. I didn't want to die not having done anything.
You wanted to
Because we were entertainment. I didn't want to die not having done anything to this person, is what she's thinking. And remember, this is 3.5 years ago. And from the tone and the cadence and the shaking in this woman's voice, it might as well have been this morning.
use it as a weapon if he came into the
If I
pharmacy?
could.
And when you said you moved to the back of the store, was it the back of the pharmacy or like the back of the big store?
It was the back of the pharmacy.
Is there a door to get out to the
No.
outside at the back of the pharmacy?
No,
Did you hear more shots?
I think I did. And then it got very, very quiet and I just held my position and just listened and just waited.
While you were holding your position and listening, did you hear anything else?
It felt like lots of phones ringing.
Okay.
It was very irritating, but lots of phones just kept ringing.
Okay. Did you hear the person that was outside the area of the pharmacy say anything else after that?
I didn't hear anything until I heard the officers come.
Okay. What did you hear the officers? How did you know the officers were there?
Well, I heard a lot of thumping on the ceiling. Then I heard dogs. I don't know if there were dogs because I didn't see dogs when I went out,
Okay.
but I heard dogs. And then I heard, some officers over the loudspeaker telling him he was surrounded and to surrender.
Okay. And then what's the next thing you heard?
The next thing I heard was him saying, I surrender. I'm naked. I surrender. Don't shoot. And then he said it again. He said, I surrender. I'm naked. I'm unarmed. Don't shoot. And then I think at some point he thought the officer was still going to shoot him. And he said, I surrender. I'm unarmed. Don't shoot. Do I need to take off my underwear?
Wow.
What happened after that?
After that, I think he surrendered and then someone from the SWAT jumped our counter. He jumped a higher counter,
SWAT daddy
pulled
to the
off the
rescue.
plexiglass and jumped a higher counter. And then someone on the other side, one of his colleagues said, did you know there's a lower counter on this side? And then they jumped over. They told us to put our hands up. They patted us down and they took us out of the pharmacy.
Were you nervous about coming here to testify today?
Really,
You were really nervous?
really nervous.
What did you do yesterday as a result of being nervous?
Not a whole lot. Sat around. I was doing embroidery.
Okay. While you were sitting around, did you try and look in on the trial a little bit?
I did do a little bit of the live streaming just to see how it goes.
She's not supposed to.
Why did you do the live streaming?
I just wanted to see how things were being done. Just to give myself a little prepared.
Okay. And you understood you weren't supposed to watch what other witnesses were saying,
Yes.
but
I
you
didn't
did that.
realize that until I saw the little disclaimer on the side there. Yeah.
When you say the disclaimer on the side where?
I said that if on the side of the screen underneath the courtrooms, I said, if you're a witness and if there's a procedure or something, you probably should not be watching this. You should shut it off and let the attorneys know.
How long did you watch it for?
Not too long.
How long do you think?
I had it on. I wasn't paying a lot of attention because it was a lot of stuff I didn't understand about guns and firearms and all. I
What time of day were you listening?
think it was around 10 or so,
10 yesterday morning?
I think.
Anything you heard when you were listening to the live stream that influenced your testimony or changed anything from what you've said before?
No,
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
I have no questions, Bruce Chen. All right, thank you. You are excused and you're also released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
I wonder how the ADA knew that she was watching the stream. It's really not fatal in this case, poor choice of words, because they're not disputing that he was the shooter at all. And it's clear from what she just said that she was only looking at it so that she could get a sense of how she would feel coming into the courtroom and make herself feel a little bit more comfortable, I think. So that I still have the chills from that. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to warm up from that testimony. That was chilling. That was testimony from yesterday, actually. So I just want to go back with you a little bit because after this, I want to watch the forensic psychologist from today's stream so we can catch up a little bit because it's expected that the prosecution is going to rest today. Has anybody been watching it on another channel? And what time is it in Colorado? It's only 2:00. Okay, so we still don't know, I think, if they have rested for the day. If you guys, maybe by the end of the day, they'll rest. There was a man who testified on the 9th. Let me just see. Christopher Tatum. And this article says, how many times would you re-enter a building that's being attacked by a mass shooter? For Christopher Tatum, the answer is 4. 4 times. Tatum left the relative safety outside to go back in and rescue people while Ahmad Alissa was killing others inside. Tatum is the young man who came to Mrs. Shakty's rescue after she fell and broke her vertebra. It's the woman that we just saw testify earlier. After getting her to safety, he returned to see who else needed help and found another colleague indecisively pacing near the back of the store, whom he also escorted to safety. During his testimony today, this was on the 9th, Tatum was calm and articulate, and he spoke about how his relationship with Miss Shakty has blossomed since she connected with him through a victim advocate after the shooting. I just thought she's someone's grandma, he said. Underscoring how brave and honorable Tatum was that day is the horrific security footage of the scene. And because we were not able to watch that, I'm just going to read this article to you about what was shown during the security footage. The prosecution broke down some of the footage over the course of hours of meticulous testimony. Altogether, from about 80 cameras, there were hours of video to analyze and piece together by an FBI crime photographer. It took 8 months for the FBI to create a full map of the scene, accounting for the movements of Alissa and the victims throughout the incident. One salient piece of the video highlighted how quickly Alissa was moving. It took him 69 seconds to kill 8 people. From the moment he got out of his car, he ran around the trunk and shot Neven Stanisic, who was buckled in his work van directly next to Alissa's car. Then he ran across the parking lot, chasing down Kevin Mahoney before bracing his gun on a car to make the kill shots. Next, he ran toward the east entrance of the store and shot Tralona Bartkowiak, who was so close to the gun that her face was blackened with gunshot residue. I'm going to put the trigger warning back up. I also want to thank Crystal Pond for becoming a member and also for your very kind Cash App that you sent thanking me, and I'm thanking you. So thank you, Crystal Pond. By the time he entered the store, only 1 second passed before the next victim was dead. Then another and another. The video showing him emptying the gun and reloading it like it was second nature. After a break for lunch, the video footage continued. Within 30 minutes, Alissa began drinking more from his cup. I guess that was in the courtroom. And quietly speaking with his counsel. There was some shuffling of his attorneys and more talking, with one attorney heard asking if there was anything they could do to make it better. Soon after, the defense requested a break and the courtroom was cleared for privacy. The defense quietly asked Alissa's guard to give them space as well. The day concluded with testimony from 2 police officers who were the first to arrive at the scene and enter the building with Officer Talley. You may recall that Officer Talley is one of the victims. He's also a father of 7. Put the victims back up for a sec. Officers Capobianco and Pam Gignac detailed their experiences during those crucial minutes when they first entered the building, realizing there was no sound or movement to indicate the shooter's location. Suddenly, 2 shots were fired, hitting Officer Talley. The officers, exposed and without cover, decided to retreat outside. Video of Officer Talley's tense drive to the scene was also shown, providing a first-person perspective from his body camera and demonstrating how determined he was to stop the killer. In an earlier statement, the prosecution noted that officers were driving well over 100 miles an hour. The psychological trauma reverberates for many victims and their loved ones, as shown during today's emotional testimonies, including at least one witness who has since been diagnosed with PTSD. 10 people were killed, but an entire community was impacted. This is one of the most horrific cases I've ever covered. How about you? Thank you, Hate Corruption, for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Casey Calpin, thank you for the 5. Says, thank you for covering this. I live in Boulder and watching the trial alive alone was too much for me. Well, Casey, I think you might have found your people. You might have found your tribe. I went to CU undergrad and I loved Boulder so much that I stayed to go to law school at DU, and I lived in Table Mesa as I was commuting to law school every day in Denver, which at that time was by the old airport. And I would drive up 36 every day to go to school, and the commute was worth it for me because I got to live in Boulder. And I got to wake up and look at the Flatirons every single day. And this was my supermarket. I lived a block away from this Kings Soopers. And this one hits. Thanks, Young Black Economist, for becoming a member. Appreciate you. I'm gonna take that banner down now. And Mrs. Bucket, thank you as always for your super sticker. Updates from September 10th was a great deal of body cam footage was shown in court that day, and it also was not shown, so we won't be able to watch it. So I'm going to read to you a summary. Today is Friday. This would have been Tuesday's testimony on the 10th. And this reporting is coming to you from Boulder Reporting Lab, which is Boulder County's nonprofit newsroom. So props to them for this amazing live blog that they've been doing during the course of this trial so that we can recap it together. So this testimony came on Tuesday, September 10th. And it's entitled, Officers Recall Chaos and Danger as Loud, Stressful Body Cam Footage Shown in Boulder Shooting Trial for the First Time. Today's witnesses painted a picture of help swarming toward Kings Soopers at top speed. When the emergency signal was sent by dispatch, every police officer in Boulder and beyond rushed into danger because that's what they swore to do. Officer Brian Pleiter shared what was going through his mind as he sped down Broadway as the situation became more and more real. A call came over the radio from Officer Gignac. Her voice was calm. For some reason, that affected him. It sent chills up my spine, he said. Loud and stressful body camera footage was shown today, bringing audio into the courtroom for the first time, as security cameras are video only. The first 3 officers to enter, Capobianco, Gignac, and Talley, had no idea what they were walking into. In the background, as they entered, you could hear sirens, but also the eerie elevator music still playing inside the store. Suddenly, very loud pops were heard, followed by officers yelling to retreat. The video shows the officers trying to move as quickly as possible, almost appearing rushed. They're trained to get out of their cars immediately and take action. For the 3 who arrived first, that action was to get inside. Take a break if you need to. This is rough. Even just reading it is rough. Other officers eventually made a second attempt to enter, including Capobianco, who was the only one with a rifle at the time. Because the shooter had a rifle, the officers' handguns weren't a good match. They also entered behind a shield, but realizing the shield wasn't rifle rated, it was essentially useless. Officer Pleiter was part of that second wave with the shield, and he said the first thing he saw was Officer Talley lying in a pool of blood. I thought about my child and that I may never see him again. Inside the store, Alissa was moving from the back to the front to look out the windows after the first officers retreated, minus Officer Talley. Video footage was matched with a map of everyone's movements, showing how close Alissa came to the officers when they entered. He shot at them more than once, shattering the glass front door, which broke over an officer and a park ranger who is a certified peace officer. The glass cut the ranger's face, and his first thought was that he had been shot. The defense is arguing Alissa was insane and delusional at the time. The prosecution pointed out that when he surrendered, he understood what the officers were telling him to do and quickly followed their commands. More evidence will be presented to try to pinpoint his mental state. It will be up to the jury to decide what to make of it. Let's go to the chat for a minute. She must have told the A-Day she watched a bit, says Danny. Yeah, referring to Miss Chen, right? Anne says, it's so weird which stories get attention and which ones don't. You'd think this one would be everywhere, but this is really the only place I've seen it. I know. I don't understand. I mean, I picked it up because of my connection to Boulder and my love of Boulder, and I've dreamed of Boulder every day since I left there. And it's really like one of the happiest places in the world. It is sunny 360 days a year. It is, I call it Disneyland for college students, but it's so much more than that. It's such a happy place just because of the sunshine. And because, all the way back then, we were recycling and there were bike lanes. And it's a place that you wake up every day happy. And it's a place that makes you want to be healthy. And people are so nice and kind. And I don't understand why people are watching a case like Lori Shavers and there's not a lot of interest in this. And that's why we're not doing it live. We're recapping it because you guys are here for it. 766 people watching with me today. When I talk about other cases, I could get up to 10,000 people watching at a time. So yeah, I agree. I don't understand it either. This is a story that needs to be told. Yeah. Mia says my engagement pictures have the flat irons in the background. Yeah. If you look at my thumbnail, I put the flat irons on my thumbnail because that is the greatest view. Really is. Yeah, I don't have time to look up what happened on Folsom Field right now. I can't look. I can't stop the stream to look that up. But I did talk about it at the beginning. I really don't know what it's about. I will when I have chance. Sarah, thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. Sarah, you're amazing. Sarah and Schwackenhora. And to everyone who was randomly gifted those memberships by YouTube, welcome, welcome. I think you're going to like it here. Oh, thank you, Ginger Carey says we watch because of you. Thank you. That is very sweet. Oh, stay CPAU mod number 1. Hi. Massachusetts sends love. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Olyanka, it's nuts because in the US, mass shootings are becoming normalized. I mean, every day it's like we hear about another one, right? Can't even keep up. Maybe because the testimonies are so incredibly hard to hear. Maybe. Eric says, maybe I think the lack of interest is the lack of mystery. Yeah, we know he did it. but are we going to cut him a break because he had untreated schizophrenia? Treatment. Now they're even saying it's treatment-resistant schizophrenia. That's tough. Jerry Gray says there were more than 100 people in the store that day. He wanted more than 10. It's amazing how people help people. Yeah, that's one of the things that I'm gleaning from all of this eyewitness testimony is how so many people came together to help each other and to help people get out of the store. And the gentleman we just read about who went into the store 4 times, he kept running in. He wasn't law enforcement. I don't think he was trained in life-saving. He just went in 4 times to keep saving people. Thank you, Ginger. Sarah is a good person. Everybody thanks Sarah if you were gifted a membership. That's amazing. Owl Spirit, I really appreciate that in spite of you being so close to the case, you're willing to share and add that to our ability to watch the trial. The prosecutor being great is a salve to witness. It is. And the past couple of witnesses that we watched, you're welcome. It's the ADA, but when the DA Michael Daugherty gets back up, I will point it out to you. It is. See, pretzels and cornbread doesn't even know. I'm in Colorado. Is this happening now? Yep. This case is being tried right in Boulder County. The DA, Michael Daugherty, is trying the case himself personally. Michael Daugherty is a New York guy. He worked in the Manhattan DA's office with one of our special guests, Mark Betterow, who's been covering the Karen Reed case with us. And yeah, isn't that crazy, pretzels and cornbread, that you would live in Colorado? You didn't even know that this trial is going on right now. Why is it not getting the press? It took 3.5 years for this case to come to trial. I'm sure if you live in Colorado, you remember when this happened, right? March 22nd, 2021. It's crazy. I don't know why. I don't know why. Yesterday's testimony, we will recap before we go to the forensic psychologist. The forensic psychologist who was actually hired by the judge. It was not hired by either side. And I want to see what his testimony is about, whether he thinks Ahmad Alissa is insane or not. Yesterday's testimony recap says, today we learned that Kings Soopers wasn't the only business hit by bullets. When Alissa parked and sat in his car for 5 minutes, he got out and quickly shot Neven Stanisic 5 times. The first shot was lethal, but he kept going. About 400 feet away, on the second floor of the complex, Yoga Loft took a bullet through a metal window frame, shattering glass into a yoga studio and sending shrapnel all the way to the south wall. Yet another shot hit the front window of the same studio. As the slaughter was coming to an end, Alissa's upper right leg was hit in a shootout. He decided to strip off his tactical vest, shirts, and pants and give up. And we just heard Sarah Chen testify about that. Nearly naked aside from his leg, dressed red in blood, he walked slowly, seemingly without a limp, past the pharmacy to the front, then returned to the back before finally surrendering. He followed commands, backing up into members of the SWAT team who collected him. Testimony today, this was yesterday, from 2 forensic pathologists detailed where each victim was shot and what damage each shot inflicted. And I don't think I have the bandwidth to sit through that testimony, so that's why we're recapping it. The technical detail and lack of imagery removes some of the intensity that could have been brought in, but describing the way in which each victim was hit still brought serious and disturbing weight to the testimony. 6 of the 10 victims had either direct shots to the head or the bullet traveled in such a way through the body that the brain was its ultimate destination. Only a few bullets were found to have non-lethal impacts, such as to the leg, but those were coupled with other shots. Rikki Olds was the only victim to have just 1 bullet wound, but it was to the face. Alissa had to move on. There was another target within steps of him. During one of the first cross-examinations of the trial, the defense attorney questioned the pathologist, seeming to suggest they were going to argue that Alissa was acting in self-defense. It's unclear how they will use this argument to poke holes in the prosecution's case. I'm sorry if I said that was yesterday's testimony. That was actually Wednesday. That was the 11th. Yesterday's testimony was Sarah Chen, who we just watched testify that she heard Alissa screaming, "This is fun. This is so much fun," which led her to the realization we were his entertainment. Other eyewitnesses testified yesterday, including Jennifer Jacobson, who thought he looked more determined than anything. She tried to use the phrase, "he looked like he was hunting," which is a phrase other witnesses have used as well, but the defense objected to the term because it makes an assumption about his actions. Jacobson had checked out and left the store in unison with Kevin Mahoney. They didn't know one another, but they shared a few smiles and laughs about how they seemed to be performing everything in lockstep since leaving the store and getting to their cars, which were parked side by side. She shared a joke that she made when she went to pull down her manual trunk while Mahoney only had to push a button to close his. We both chuckled, she seemed to fondly recall. Once their trunks closed, their lives diverged dramatically. Kevin went to return his cart. Jacobson looked over after hearing noises, saw Alissa shooting into Neven Stanisic's work van. More shots. She peeked out over her dashboard and made eye contact with the shooter. But Tralona Bartkowiak had pulled up onto the ramp and was getting out of her car, which seemed to catch his attention. He seemed to shoot whatever was moving, Jacobson said. I need to get back to the trigger warning here for you guys. Further testimony yesterday came from an FBI search of the house, which showed Alissa's bedroom closet stocked with guns and ammo. A rifle, a handgun, and 6 magazines containing 80 rounds of bullets. Other gun cases and a gun sight were also found, as well as some empty bullet boxes in his bathroom trash can. Other firearms and ammo were found around the house. However, evidence of those was thrown out due to a ruling that found a lack of evidence supporting a connection to Alissa. Back in April, the defense tried to argue that the FBI searches of Alissa's house phone and car were illegal. All motions were denied, and the prosecution has used evidence from all of the search devices and locations to build their case, including from his phone. Because the phone was on but locked, only a partial file of the phone's contents was retrieved. However, the phone remained charged and ran a tool called brute force that tried to unlock the phone, and after 3 years, it succeeded. Through the new access, the phone search history and cached images led investigators to see that Alissa had been researching weapons with overwhelming interest. A photo cached from Facebook was shown of Alissa with 2 friends at Red Rocks Amphitheater, which is one of the most beautiful venues. You know what a concert person I am. One of the most beautiful concert venues in the world. The trio looked happy and casual, with Alissa clean cut and wearing a t-shirt. It was a normal group of young men hanging out before a concert. And then it says that the defense is expected to rest its case today. So let's go to what happened a little bit earlier this afternoon, as we were catching up a little bit to real time. And we're going to go to the testimony of the forensic psychologist who examined the defendant herein. I'm going to skip a little of his pedigree and background. Suffice to say that he's a very, very learned forensic psychologist. There are only something like 400 board certified forensic psychologists in the country and only 10 in Colorado. And some of those do not even live in Colorado. Let's see where I am on his testimony.
Interviews we did with Mr. Alissa.
I'd
We
like
met
a little bit.
with
Why, in a case of this nature, you would do the evaluation with another forensic psychologist?
Sorry, I didn't timestamp this. Just bear with me for a second.
work. You then, of course, submit an initial application. Once that's approved.
All right, he's talking about the process to become board certified.
Colorado,
forensic psychology.
although some of those are people who don't live here. In most of the judicial districts across the state.
And he's an expert
When you
witness.
say across the state, you're talking about the state of Colorado.
Correct. Yeah.
You've been admitted as an expert, testified as an expert in other courts outside of Colorado.
Yes, I've testified as an expert on several occasions in Texas as well.
You ever testify in federal court?
I testified in federal court one time.
Judge, at this time, I would offer Dr. Gray as an expert in forensic psychology.
Dr. Gray.
No objection. All right, he will be qualified as an expert in that field.
Thank you, L.
So
Parker.
Dr. Gray, you started to talk about how the case was assigned. Judge Bakke ordered an evaluation of the defendant's sanity to be conducted. You said you thought Dr. Torres may have already been on board. Describe how you got involved, having already retired.
Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray were both in Grey's Anatomy. I just want to point out, and they're both also involved in this trial. L, thank you for the 20. Says, can't send my opinion. If you know, you know. Thank you for covering this. You're welcome. Thank you for always being here.
Excuse me. Basically, I got a phone call from the director of forensic services asking me if I would be willing to work on this case with Dr. Torres on a contractual basis.
And you agreed to do so?
I did.
How long had you been retired from the state hospital when you got the call?
About a month.
Retirement didn't last too long.
No, it didn't.
Explain why in a case of this nature, you would do the evaluation with another forensic psychologist.
We started doing that fairly early on in the existence of the court services department with a high profile case, a big case. And excuse me, initially the purpose was when I came back to Colorado, I was the only board certified forensic psychologist working within the state system. And most people working with or in court services didn't have a lot of experience. And so the purpose was to give them some exposure and some experience working on bigger cases. As the department has grown, that's less of an issue, but we discovered that it's really very nice to have a second set of eyes involved in the situation to sort of perform some checks and balances and keep us kind of on an even keel. And especially in this case, where there is such voluminous discovery, it's nice to have a second person who might remember some of the details that I don't.
With respect to bringing you out of your short retirement to work on this case with Dr. Torres, how many board certified forensic psychologists does the state hospital have access to?
It's Dr. Torres and me.
That's it.
So
I
out
only
of the
have
9
two.
in the state of Colorado, yourself and Dr. Torres are 2.
Correct.
Where did you actually perform the evaluation of the defendant's sanity in this case?
We met with Mr. Alissa on 4 occasions, well, actually 5 occasions, at the state hospital in Pueblo. 4 of those meetings were held in a special video room that's been set up to allow for video recording to comport with the state statutes requirement that cases like this have the evaluations recorded. The 5th session was psychological testing, which is explicitly excluded from videotaping in the state statute. And we conducted that meeting back on the treatment unit where Mr. Alissa was being housed.
because of his mental health, because of his mental illness, he had been housed at the state hospital for a period of time?
Yes, he'd been there for 2 or 3 years.
I want to just,
Okay, so
Move back
he
for a
was
second.
admitted to the state hospital in December of 2021. So it hasn't quite been 3 years yet. But it seems like he evaluated him probably pretty recently.
yourself and Dr. Torres doing the evaluation based on the court's request for an evaluation, do you have an incentive to opine one way or the other in a case?
No.
Why not?
Well, because our primary obligation is to the court, and it's to provide the best information that we can for the judge, or in this case, the jury, to make their decisions.
Pointing out that he's not
So
a hired
we
gun.
start-
He's not a hired gun. He's not the expert witness that's hired by the prosecution or the defense to say whatever that side wants him to say. He's saying, I was appointed by the judge. I get paid either way. So I have no reason to skew my testimony in favor of one side or the other. It's the best kind of witness you can have. Kind of like the ARCA witnesses in the Karen Reed case. But the jury didn't seem to grasp that. The crash daddies built a cannon and were paid by the FBI.
Started to kind of move ahead a little bit to where the interviews were conducted, but prior to starting the interviews of the defendant, what are you and Dr. Torres doing to prepare to talk to him?
There were a couple of primary things that we did. We, as a matter of routine, reach out to the attorneys on both sides to find out what their perspectives are, what issues they might see. Usually from the defense attorney will want to know what they saw that led them to raise the issue that's being evaluated. We also, of course, want to have a conversation with the prosecution team to see what information they might have, to make sure there isn't some additional documentation or whatever floating around out there that we don't have. And then we, in this particular case, spent a good deal of time looking at the discovery materials, the police reports and videos, and all the extensive documentation that was available.
Fair to say that the discovery you were provided was massive in this particular case?
It was, yeah, it was very substantial.
How long did it take to go through all of the discovery?
I wasn't doing it full time, but I was spending a good deal of my time over the course of probably a month and a half.
In addition to looking at all the discovery in the case, the police reports, all the videos, everything that is in the file, did you conduct interviews of other people before interviewing the defendant?
Before interviewing the defendant, no, but in the middle of that, the 4 recorded interviews we did with Mr. Alissa, we met with several of his family members to talk with them and see what kind of observations they had made
Oh, this will be interesting.
about him.
What the
and
family
his-
members had to
his,
say.
Condition prior to the event.
What type of information are you looking for when you're meeting with family members?
The biggest thing in a case like this that we're interested in is to see if they have any kind of observations of odd or unusual behavior, anything that might point to some sort of mental illness that may have been active at around that time.
You mentioned that he had been, based on his mental illness, at the state hospital for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
Did you review all of the medical records and treatment records from the state hospital as well from his stay?
Yes.
Did you review all of the doctors that have ever interviewed or evaluated him at any point in time?
Yes.
Did you review all of the medical records from the time he was at the Boulder County Jail?
Yes. That was much shorter.
What types of things did the short records from his time in the jail indicate?
Those records were rather sparse. Their observations were somewhat limited. The defense attorneys were understandably concerned about monitoring what might go on in an interaction of that nature. So they were very cautious in providing access. And a major issue with Mr. Alissa is that he is simply not very forthcoming. He doesn't talk much, and it takes a great deal to elicit information from him.
Talking about that time period in the jail where he wasn't very interactive and people weren't interacting with him. Generally, for somebody without mental illness, how does isolation impact somebody's mental well-being?
Of course, the stock answer to any question that you ask a psychologist is that it depends. And that would be true in this case as well. And it really does depend on a number of different factors. Isolation can be very difficult for many people. And if someone has a mental illness, to be locked up in a room by themselves, essentially 24/7, with nothing but their own thoughts, that can be really difficult and can exacerbate things.
Okay, I'm going to just extend this testimony to my theory that I have voiced many, many times on this channel, that the isolation suffered by our young people during 2020 and beyond, that was sort of a forced isolation, has caused a mental health crisis among our youth, unlike anything that we have ever seen or probably will ever see, and we are just discovering the ripple effects of. Pointing out certain cases that we've seen lately where 14-year-olds are going out and killing people. Carly Gregg is one. The shooter in Georgia is another. And this witness happens to be talking about solitary confinement in a prison, but I would submit to you that isolation of any kind, and during that year, 2020, and for quite a bit beyond, depending on where you lived, your children may not have seen the outside for a very long time, may not have been able to socialize with their friends, go to school, even have like Zoom school or any sort of mental health help over Zoom with guidance. But yeah, true. Truth.
And that was what you saw in the jail records from the time he was at the jail. He was pretty isolated.
He was isolated, yes.
In looking at the records from the time that he was living at the state hospital, from December 15th of 2021 to April 13th of 2024, what types of records were you looking at from CMHHIP?
The primary things that were reviewed were the progress notes, and especially notes from the attending psychiatrist. And he was actually monitored by a nurse practitioner for a period of time in there as well. And those were the major things that we were looking at.
Now, where he was living at the state hospital, the nurses that are there are trained to document observations 24 hours a day, 7 days a week about how he's behaving and interacting.
Yes,
And you had access to all of those records.
yes.
What did the records indicate about his level of engagement during that time at the state hospital?
Initially, his level of engagement was minimal. As I said, he is disinclined to interact verbally. He doesn't talk much. And if left to his own devices, he would probably stay in his room 99% of the time by himself, isolating by choice. Staff did work to try and get him more actively involved in some of the things going on the treatment unit. And very shortly after he arrived at the hospital, he was started on some antipsychotic medication, which had a distinct but limited effect. His condition improved, but very slowly and very gradually. Finally, then in March, I believe, of 2023, he was started on a medication called clozapine, which is a very powerful antipsychotic drug that's not used all that frequently, but it can be quite effective, and he responded to that, again, rather slowly and rather gradually, but observably.
And in reviewing all of those records, the diagnosis was typically schizophrenia.
Yes.
With respect to all the records you reviewed and all of your interactions with the defendant, do you agree with that diagnosis?
Yes.
Does the fact that somebody is schizophrenic make them insane?
No.
Why not?
Does the fact that someone is schizophrenic make them insane? This expert's opinion is no. And he's going to ask him why not.
Sanity is a legal construct. It's a legal idea, a legal concept, and it's defined in legal terms, it's defined in behavioral terms. Schizophrenia is a mental health construct. And although we do try to utilize mental health information to help with legal decision-making, the two fields don't always match up neatly.
Just because somebody has mental illness doesn't make them insane.
Correct.
Just because they have schizophrenia doesn't make them insane. With respect to, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I think
I'm sorry, yeah, could you repeat that?
I think you already answered the question. I said, just because somebody is schizophrenic doesn't make them insane.
Correct.
With respect to the defendant in this case, can you talk about how his schizophrenia presented itself?
Usually when we think of schizophrenia, we think in terms of hallucinations, usually auditory hallucinations, hearing voices and so forth, sometimes seeing things that aren't there as well. And the other major kind of symptom that we see is delusional thinking, which is maintaining very odd or untenable beliefs, even though there's abundant evidence to the contrary. Mr. Alissa reported some auditory hallucinations. He also exhibited as far as we could tell, at least a moderate degree of suspiciousness of situations that could well be considered delusionally paranoid.
He thought the FBI was tracking
The
him.
primary features, though, that he exhibited are what we call negative symptoms, and they are far less well known, and not seen as often, but are nonetheless fairly typical in schizophrenia. Negative symptoms are things such as a tendency to socially isolate, a lack of interest in social interactions.
Apathy.
Related to that is, as I've mentioned, a tendency to speak very little. Of course, there are technical terms for all of this, but very limited verbal output, very limited facial expressions, very flat facial expressions. It's not to make light of it, but it sometimes can be a bit like talking to a Vulcan, if you're a Star Trek fan.
Talking to a Vulcan if you're a Star. Okay,
No.
Star Trek has entered the chat. What I like about this expert witness is that he's able to speak to the jury in a way that he's not using medical terms and medical phrases. And I intended to stop and say that before he just said, it's like you're talking to a Vulcan if you're a Star Trek fan. Not being a Star Trek fan, I don't get the reference, but I understand what he's trying to say. Flat affect. Very interesting stuff.
Oh, no discernible facial expressions or responses. You can't read emotion very well at all.
Are there particular challenges associated with somebody that's schizophrenic presenting with negative symptoms?
The biggest one from an evaluator's perspective is simply the limited verbal output. We almost entirely rely on what people tell us. The interviews that we conduct with a defendant are a primary source of information for us. And so if you have someone who doesn't provide much information, that really limits things. It makes it far more challenging. And we have to rely on other behavioral observations and look for whatever information we can find.
And in this particular case, the ability or willingness to provide information was something consistent with the negative symptoms of schizophrenia.
Yes,
He wasn't very willing to engage over all of the records you looked at.
correct.
And that was your experience with respect to the interviews as well?
It was, as he became a little more familiar with us, a little more accustomed to us, he became somewhat more willing to discuss things, to reveal things, although it was still a challenge.
And it's always possible that when you're dealing with somebody in a forensic setting, so there's legal involvement, that there's a volitional component or just a unwillingness to provide information as well.
Yes, and that certainly does happen. The thing about trying to present oneself in a way other than how you really are is that, especially if you're in the state hospital where you're surrounded by staff who are trained to observe behaviors. In honesty, it's not that hard to mimic symptoms of mental illness
Also, people can fake it.
for a little while. But to keep it up day in and day out, all day long, is almost impossible. And with Mr. Alissa, it was very consistent.
Can it be challenging for somebody in your role in doing an evaluation to try and distinguish, though, the percentage that is volitional and the percentage that is a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yeah, certainly. And sufficiently challenging that I would be very hesitant to put a number on it.
And there was information in the state hospital records that you reviewed that indicated that there could have been some volitional component of just not being willing to talk about this event.
Possibly, yes. And I mean, he was not overly willing to talk about the event with us either. So it wasn't surprising that he didn't want to talk about it with others as well.
There were notes in the state hospital records that when he first arrived there, the information was, he told them he didn't want to talk about it because his attorneys told him not to.
Yes. Which is very convenient if you don't want to talk anyway.
If you don't want to talk anyway, don't follow the captions. They're often
So
wrong.
I want to jump back before we get into the interviews and talk a little bit about, you mentioned the family interviews that were conducted. It sounds like after you had met with Mr. Alissa and conducted a couple of interviews, then you interviewed family members. Is that by design that you meet with him first and then go to the family?
Not entirely, no. We were juggling 2 evaluator schedules and trying to arrange things with family members and so forth. And that was just kind of the way things worked out. There was no grand plan behind that.
No grand plan. I
In
don't know
this
if you guys
case,
are
you went-
watching the defendant back here at the table. That's my cursor, not a fly on your screen. He's balding and he's in a white button down here. He looks like he's furiously either like doodling or writing notes. I'm not sure what he's doing. Are you guys watching him? He's right here to the left of your screen.
Interviewed his father, 4 of his brothers, and 3 of his sisters.
I believe that's correct, yes.
So there's
Can you
more than
talk
8
generally
kids.
to the jury about the type of information those family members provided?
What they told us was essentially that from their perspective, Mr. Alissa had exhibited normal developmental kinds of things probably through middle school, normal social interactions, social activities, developed some friendships and so forth. When he hit high school, things changed somewhat. He became more isolative and less talkative, less interactive. And then it seemed as though that got even worse. There was a discernible increase in those sorts of things that certainly would be consistent with the negative symptoms after he graduated from high school.
What types of things did they say they were observing after he graduated?
It was a tendency to interact very little with anyone, including family members. They said that even during family gatherings, he would sit in, apparently he had a place on a couch in their main living area, and that was where he typically sat. He would smoke a hookah and just not talk to people.
Hookah
He
has
was
entered the
there,
chat.
but not engaged at all.
Hookah was not on my bingo card for today. Another reason that it is so important for us to watch this trial and share this trial and be paying attention to this trial is because we are learning from an expert witness in the field, one of only 10 board certified forensic psychologists in the state of Colorado, or Colorado, if you live there, what to look for in family members, friends, children, grandchildren who may be exhibiting signs of mental illness or psychosis or schizophrenia. He is telling us what they are, that maybe they typically don't manifest until high school or after high school, that people become withdrawn, isolated, apathetic. They have a flat affect. He believes that the defendant is schizophrenic. He has diagnosed him as being severely schizophrenic. But his opinion is that just because he's schizophrenic does not meet the legal definition of insanity, which is that right before the crime, you are incapable of knowing the nature of the act, or that what you are doing is against the law. or wrong. So even if everyone, and I believe that all the experts believe that he does have a severe form of schizophrenia, that doesn't mean that he didn't know what he was doing and that he didn't realize that it was wrong and against the law. And that's the legal difference here between, the medical definition of insanity, perhaps, and the legal definition of insanity. And that's what the jury is going to have to decide. And this is such important testimony because if you see something, say something, right? And all of the family members spoke to this doctor and told him all of the things that they were noticing about him, which sets off red flags in his mind, right? Because he knows what to look for. But I'm sure that they didn't know what to look for. Same thing that was going on with Ethan Crumbly. Remember Ethan Crumbly? Same sort of signs and symptoms. Education is what's needed here.
The family members describe some of the paranoia type behaviors that you talked about a little while ago.
Yes, they did. They talked about him having done things such as taping over the camera on his computer
A lot of people do that.
so that the camera couldn't monitor him. He
I have a little
apparently
slide
broke the
on
key fob to one of the family cars. It seems as though because he thought that he or they were being tracked through that key fob. His father spoke of a time when he found Mr. Alissa in the bathroom in the middle of the night, talking as if there was someone there, but of course there wasn't. And a number of instances of him thinking he was being followed, and they couldn't tell that he was necessarily being followed.
And you took all of the family information and their observations, you took that into account when you and Dr. Torres conducted this evaluation and formed your opinion.
Yes,
As I've asked before, being paranoid doesn't make somebody insane.
correct.
Even having delusions or hallucinations doesn't make somebody insane.
Correct.
What were you able to review? What were you able to review with respect to the medical records or mental health records prior to the date of offense in this case?
There essentially were none. There's no record of him having received any kind of formal mental health care prior to the shooting.
The absence of any prior care from a mental health perspective, that was consistent with, you didn't find any records, but that was consistent with what the defendant disclosed in the interview as well as what the family disclosed?
Yes. Yeah, we found nothing in any of our interviews, any of the documentation we saw. There was no indication that he had had any kind of mental health contact prior to being arrested.
I want to kind of transition now. I've asked you a lot about what insanity is not. I've asked a lot of those questions. So I want to kind of move on to the collision of the psychology world and the legal system world and have you talk about what sanity or insanity is in Colorado legally.
The Colorado sanity statute, like in a number of other states, has a few basic elements. The first one being the presence of what's usually called a mental disease or defect, some kind of serious mental illness, not just a mild depression, but a very serious mental illness that distorts perceptions and so forth. And then by virtue of that mental disease or defect, did that prevent and I'm deviating from statutory language because I don't have it committed to memory, but it's essentially, did the mental disease or defect prevent the defendant from being able to distinguish right from wrong, or from being able to form what's called the culpable mental state? And there are 4 culpable mental states defined in Colorado. The most significant one for these purposes being intent, which is fairly self-explanatory, I think.
And you review those culpable mental states as they pertain to the crimes that Mr. Alissa was charged with in this case.
Yes, for every statute or every offense defined in statute has a defined culpable mental state.
So making sure that I have it straight. First, we have to have a condition of an individual, in order to be insane, has to have a mental disease or defect that is significant.
Right?
Would you say that's present with respect to Mr. Alissa?
Yes. Yes. The schizophrenia that every mental health clinician who's seen him over the last 4 or 5 years, however long it's been, has concluded that he has schizophrenia. And that certainly does meet the definition of a mental disease or defect.
So really the work that yourself and Dr. Torres were doing in this case is determining whether or not his schizophrenia, that mental disease or defect, was something that prevented him from distinguishing right from wrong or forming the culpable mental state.
Right.
You mentioned earlier that yourself and Dr. Torres together interviewed the defendant on a number of occasions. You first interviewed him on February 6th of 2024, and that was for about 2 hours.
Yes.
Next meeting where you interviewed him, or attempted to interview him, I guess, was February 15th, but he refused to meet with you.
He did, and actually, I didn't mention this earlier. We did, when he refused to meet with us, we went back to the treatment unit where he was housed and had a brief conversation with him to try to get him to come down to the video room and talk with us and find out maybe what his concerns were, or why he was unwilling to participate. He continued to say he wasn't gonna talk with us that day. A week later, we came back and he met with us with no problem.
And when you came back, that would have been on February 20th, 2024, when you and Dr. Torres met with him for about an hour and 20 minutes.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Then the third meeting was again about 2 hours on March 21st of 2024.
Yes,
And then the final meeting was on April 9th, and that was only about 40 minutes.
right, yes.
So overall, you and Dr. Torres spent 6 hours roughly with the defendant, interviewing him and trying to get the information that he had in order to render an opinion in this case.
6 hours plus the additional hour and a half to 2 hours. I don't recall exactly how long we were with him when we met with him to do the psychological testing.
Describe for the jury how you and Dr. Torres went about interviewing him when you met with him these 4 times.
We have a fairly standard protocol that we use initially. It's a sort of an interview format that begins simply by asking about personal history, background, family history, educational background, any mental health treatment, substance use, medical issues, legal history. I think that's all of it.
And then at some point, do you transition to trying to talk about the incident, the crime itself?
Yes, and the way we often do these kinds of things is we'll inquire about personal history, and then we'll ask them about the event itself, what took place. And then in a case of this nature, we almost always will conduct more than one interview. And so when we come back, we will do some, well, in this case and in many others, we verify some of the personal history, clarify any questions that may have come up. We then delve more into their mental health status, getting ultimately at the question of the mental disease or defect, and then ask again about the event. And we always like to have more than one recounting of what took place to check for consistencies, and we'll oftentimes get more information the second time around.
What type of questions, or how are you forming your questions during these interviews with the defendant?
What we try to do, the standard is to use what are called open-ended questions. Questions that don't have a simple yes or no kind of an answer. Questions where ideally the person has to give you a little more information rather than, well, for example, how old are you instead of you're 25, right? That's not a great example.
Are you, in asking those open-ended questions, trying to prevent suggesting any answers, or like you're just trying to obtain the information from the defendant?
Right, yeah, and we certainly don't want to phrase things in leading kinds of ways that might be inclined to elicit one kind of response over another. And that's particularly important when we start asking about the signs and symptoms of mental illness. This wasn't an issue with Mr. Alissa, but sometimes if we have someone who wants to make us think that they're far more ill than they are, we don't want to give them clues as to what the right answer might be.
You mentioned a little bit ago that you did some additional psychological testing, and that was separate from the 4 interviews and actually not recorded because it was done in his housing unit. That additional testing was on March 13th of 2024?
I think so, yes.
And you guys administered the MoCA, or the Montreal Cognitive Assessment, version 7.3, the MMPI-3, or the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 3rd edition, and the Rorschach ink blot test.
Yes.
Why do you do testing in addition to the interview and examination of the records?
Testing can sometimes provide additional information. It's simply another angle, if you will, to approach the defendant with, to obtain information, particularly pertaining to mental illness.
And with respect to the testing in this particular case, was there anything inconsistent in the test results with your interactions with him or what you saw in the medical records?
Nothing inconsistent, no. It did not forcefully confirm the conclusions that we had reached, but there was nothing that contradicted what we were tending to think either.
You mentioned that all of these interviews, the 4 interviews that you conducted, were recorded. That's audio and visual recording as required by statute, I believe you said.
Yes.
I want to talk just generally about that first interview on February 6th of 2024. Can you just describe for the jury what the defendant's appearance and presentation was like during that first meeting?
He came to the interview room. He was wearing, I think he was wearing hospital issued attire. He was very non-communicative. He came in, he sat down, he didn't initiate any kind of conversation. We had to initiate all verbal interactions. He spoke softly and was sometimes a bit difficult to understand, particularly in a room with high ceilings and kind of echoey.
But he was respectful and polite in interacting?
Yes, he was.
And his appearance and presentation were consistent across all 4 of those interviews?
Yes.
Talk a little bit to the jury about how his thinking and speech were when you were interacting with him during the 4 interviews.
Well, as I said, the speech was very limited, and although we didn't get a real detailed look at how that might reflect his thinking processes, the statements he made, the ways he responded to questions indicated that he was thinking logically and coherently, and a term we often use is that his thinking was linear.
What do you mean when you say his thinking was linear?
It made sense. You could understand how he got from point A to point B to point C, so to speak.
You wouldn't ask a question about one topic and get an answer to something completely unrelated.
Right.
That never happened.
No.
This is like a little bit more confusing to me now because aren't they evaluating him in 2024 after he's been on antipsychotic medication for a while? Okay, so now I'm a little bit more confused. No, this is today's testimony.
Talk about
for
at the
tomorrow.
beginning of
This
the
is expert.
interview, what information yourself, Dr. Torres, provided to this defendant prior to starting that interview.
The standard, we call it a standard warning that we give to any defendant that we're interviewing, and there's one element that changes in these kinds of cases, but we let them know that we'll be writing a report, and we let them know who's going to get to see a copy of that report. We tell them we also may be called to testify in court about the things that are discussed, and consequently point out to them that unlike many interactions with mental health professionals, in these situations, there's no confidentiality. And what I generally tell people is that it's like there are no secrets here. And for these kinds of cases, we also, of course, let them know that the examination is being video recorded, so that they are aware of that. We tell them that we are not there to provide treatment. Our role is only to provide evaluation, so we're not working for their attorneys, we're not working for the prosecution.
With respect to that, do you also advise that them providing, in this case, Mr. Alissa, providing as much information as possible is necessary for you to render a good opinion?
Yes, that's oftentimes not a standard part of the warning we give, but in this case, we did on a couple of occasions have a brief conversation with Mr. Alissa about the importance of providing information for us.
And at the beginning of that first interview on February 6th of 2024, Mr. Alissa expressed some reluctance to engage in the interview.
Yes, he was rather suspicious about the whole process. He had at that point been through several evaluations of a somewhat different nature, and he he made it pretty clear that he didn't want to go through that same process again. And we did remind him that his attorneys had entered a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, and that therefore the focus of this evaluation was somewhat different.
You mentioned earlier in conducting the semi-structured interview, you kind of have an outline, and typically you start with background information about a defendant. Can you just give the jury a little bit of a summary about what background information you learned about Mr. Alissa during his first interview?
Yeah, with Mr. Alissa, he confirmed for us that he had been born in Syria, came to the U.S. when he was quite young, I think about 2 years old. Then when he was, I think, 8 or 9, he and several of his siblings, he's the 9th of 10 children. He and several of his siblings went back to Syria and stayed for a couple of years, then came back to the U.S. He told us that even though he was living in an Arab-speaking home, English was identified as his first language. He said he had done pretty well in school, and we do know that he graduated from high school on time. No repeated grades, no referrals for special education services. While in high school, he began working in the family restaurants. The family owns several restaurants, and he began working in the restaurants. And after he graduated, his work schedule increased significantly. He said he tried to attend college. He said he had enrolled in some classes, but wasn't able to pursue that because his work schedule was so heavy. He also, he had been studying jujitsu since middle school. He stopped doing that, which he said was because of his work schedule after he graduated.
From an importance standpoint, part of the background information you're collecting is also to try and identify if there are any cultural considerations or things you need to factor in forming your opinion.
That's one issue that we're typically concerned with or interested in learning about, yes.
And you felt like you had adequate information to take that into consideration before forming your opinion?
Yes, between our conversations with him and especially conversations with family members, I think had a pretty good foundation for understanding the cultural environment in which he was living.
You said that there were a number of things he stopped doing or that he was prevented from doing, like the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and college, because of his work schedule. Did he tell you what his work schedule is like leading up to this event?
Yeah, he said that he was working 8 to 10 hours a day, 6 days a week.
At one point, he actually said 10 to 12 hours a day, right?
Yeah, I think he did actually, yes.
Let's take a break. This is heavy testimony. He was 21 years old at the time. We have learned that he is the 9th of 10 children. We have learned that he was working upwards of 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, sometimes 12 hours a day, 6 days a week in the family restaurant business. He graduated high school on time. That although he did come, they went back to Syria, I think he said, for a couple of years. Yeah, we need to hit the like button. We only have, this is a very intimate stream today, you guys. We only have 722 of you here. So, you know, it would be real nice if you just hit that like button. Because it doesn't matter to me how many of you are here. I'm going to be watching this anyway if I'm not with you. So I'm glad that you are here with me. Great point here. Lucy says, something my mom has taught me is to be an active participant in my mental health solutions, like voicing my concerns when my meds don't feel right. Yeah, you know your body better than anyone. And I teach this to all my kids and to everyone. Same thing with if you have a medical issue and you go to a doctor and the doctor's like, oh, you're fine. You know your body better than anyone. Go get a second opinion. Go get another opinion. Monchel says, what bothers me, his family claiming he is schizophrenic, but neglecting him all of these years, thinking this would get better by itself, or are they just now giving recognition because their kid is in jail? I mean, I'm going to play devil's advocate and just say, maybe his family knew that something was off, right? Off about him. But remember, we had been through a global pandemic. This was in March of 2020, and I'm not making excuses for him at all. It's not a case where he's under 18 and we can also, prosecute the parents, which is what is happening now in a lot of these school shooting cases. We saw the first one in Crumbly and now we're seeing the second one in Georgia. Maybe they noticed that something was off about him, but they didn't think that it rose to the level of psychosis or severe mental illness. That's why it's so important for us to learn the signs and symptoms. And I think there was some other testimony. I don't know if this expert is going to talk about it, but that when the dad saw him talking about this other man in the other room that wasn't there, the father thought that he was possessed by a jinn. DJINN has entered the chat. So I don't know. He was an adult. They couldn't force him to get help. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to hear what the family members have to say. Elf says some cultures ignore because of the stigma. KPT says in Syrian culture isn't mental health taboo. I don't know enough about it to opine on that. Valor Warrior says this topic is not about excuses. These are serious issues, and most family members don't think it can happen to their child, sibling, or significant other. It does. Let's go back to the expert.
Indicated he had a good childhood.
Yes, he had no complaints about his childhood.
Initially in that first interview, did he respond or refuse to answer a number of pretty straightforward questions?
There were several things that he simply said he didn't want to talk about.
Things like, did he have childhood friends? He refused to talk about that.
Yes.
Things like if he takes medications.
Yeah, he told us he didn't want to talk about that also.
You had all of his medical records, right?
Yeah, it was not difficult to find out what medications he was taking.
You asked him about things like his father teaching him to pray, and he refused to talk about that.
Yes, he didn't want to talk about that also.
Like he told you that was personal.
I believe that's right, yeah.
When asked about religion, he refused to talk about it at all.
Yes.
Said it was confidential.
Yeah.
Refused to talk about how he first got interested in guns when Dr. Torres asked him in that first interview.
Yes.
Refused to talk about how many guns he owned.
Initially, yes. We later were able to have more productive conversations with him about that.
And throughout the course of the interview, a number of the things that you and Dr. Torres asked him about based on the information the family provided, he denied or refused to talk about those things as well.
Yes.
He denied a number of the incidents that you've described and that the family described to you, or just refused to talk about them.
Yes, he basically said that incidents such as breaking the key fob had not occurred.
As part of the information.
Thank you, Crystal Pond, for gifting 5 memberships. You're so sweet and welcome to those of you who received them. CPU Mod 1, Book Dragon Jen, Wonderland Alice. Oh, that's perfect. Look, I have Alice right above me because call me Alice. I fall into lots of rabbit holes. Thomas Rhodes, BC Natalie. Huge thank you to Crystal Pond. Thanks. Appreciate you.
Information learned from the family, at least a couple of Mr. Alissa's older brothers indicated that in the context of discussing him feeling paranoid and having felt like he was followed, they indicated that other family members were routinely followed by federal agents based on their ethnicity.
Yes, they indicated that they were routinely being monitored by federal agents.
And this is something that the older brothers said was actually happening.
Yes.
Oh,
In many of the medical records and previous evaluations, the defendant was somewhat inconsistent in reporting his auditory hallucinations. Sometimes he'd talk about them, sometimes he would deny them. There was an inconsistency in the earlier records. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Yes. He didn't always report the same information. Sometimes he would say that he was hearing voices, other times denying that he was hearing voices.
During the course of the four interviews for your sanity examination, is it fair to say that the voices were something that he continuously stressed?
He mentioned them frequently. I think I would hesitate to say that he stressed it.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen people who couldn't wait to tell me about the voices that they were hearing.
But he talked about the voices quite a bit.
He did. He mentioned those as explaining a number of things.
And how often did he indicate he would hear the voice or voices?
The most common response he gave to that question of the frequency of hearing voices was about once a week. He did at one point during one of our later interviews say that in the few months leading up to the shootings that he was hearing them perhaps twice a week.
twice a week he was hearing voices.
Did you dig in? Did you and Dr. Torres kind of try and dig into the voices and get more detail and information about them?
Yeah.
And ultimately, when you ask the questions about how many voices, because he always used voices to describe his experience, what did he indicate about how many he was hearing?
He very consistently said he was only hearing one voice, but as you noted, he also very consistently used the plural voices when he was describing what he was hearing.
What? Sorry, go ahead.
He didn't provide a great deal else in terms of the nature of the voices. We asked a number of standard questions. How many voices? Are they male or female, adult or children? Are these voices of individuals you know? And of course, very importantly, what are they saying? And the most that we got is that the voices were yelling or screaming. That was the consistent response.
With respect to the yelling or screaming, did you repeatedly try and inquire with respect to messages or what the voices were saying with Mr. Alissa?
Yes.
What was his response?
He said that it was indistinct. I don't think he used that word, but that was the message. Was that they were just screaming or yelling, and he couldn't discern a specific word.
He continuously throughout the interviews denied receiving any messages or understanding any words from the voices?
Yes,
He understood when you asked him that the voices were not based in reality.
yes.
What did he indicate with respect to any strong emotions being triggered by these voices in his head?
He denied that he had any sort of strong emotional response to the voices. He said that they didn't particularly frighten him or concern him.
But he was never able to provide any specifics about the voices other than that they were just yelling or screaming.
Yes,
It wasn't for lack of trying. Yourself, Dr. Torres, asked him many, many times over the course of those 4 interviews.
we did. That was something that we would have very much liked to have gotten more information about.
At any time during the 4 interviews, did you observe him to be responding or distracted to what are considered like perceptual disturbances or hallucinations?
No, and that's one of the things we look for. We do sometimes see people who are clearly behaving as if they're distracted, or there's things going on inside their head that obviously we can't see. With Mr. Alissa, he didn't exhibit any of those kinds of behaviors. He wasn't tracking things that weren't there. He wasn't looking around the room to try and identify where voices were coming from. We occasionally see extreme cases where someone will carry on a conversation with an entity that isn't there. He didn't do anything like that.
Judge, I think this is a good breaking point if the court wants to break for lunch at this point.
That's fine. We'll do that.
All right, and that was
We're in a
before
recess
lunch,
for-
and that was some pretty heavy testimony. Let's see how long lunch went. Has anybody been cheating and watching, cheating on me and watching this in real time? Let's see how much longer until we catch up to real. Look at this, we're getting there. Not really. We're not really getting there. I'm just going to take a little peek and see what happens, how far they get. If he talks for the rest of the day. Is this a different witness at the end of the day? Anybody know?
What his experience was like during
Oh,
those
good.
interviews.
Yes.
So what are they up to,
lengthy
JD?
Exchange about the voices is included in the interview conducted on February 6th of 2024.
Yes, that was the first interview. And yes, we spent time on it then, and we returned to it.
And Judge, the parties have reached an agreement that these interview clips are all admissible by either party at any time. Either party wants to play anything from these interviews. If I could approach, I would tender to the court the limiting instruction that I am going to ask the court to read at this point unless defense counsel has an objection or has a different suggestion. I think it appropriate for the court legally to read it. And then I have just for the appellate record marked as 360, the specific clips that I will be using with Dr. Gray.
Okay, so we're gonna FF to the cross on this, and I'm just gonna let you know that you can go back to Law and Crime later and watch this at your leisure if you want to continue watching the rest of Dr. Gray's direct testimony. So let's get a little bit further along in this because I do have a little bit of a schedule of things I need to get to this evening, not knowing how long this is going to go. Let me see.
Culpable mental state.
None.
Okay, he's going to give his opinion. That's probably the last thing he'll say during direct.
Was concealing the firearms from his family members. protect,
Charged.
pretty clearly more than once.
Distinguishing right from, we are in agreement that he had a mental disease or defect,
Yes,
and that was schizophrenia.
correct.
That's the first prong. Did he have a mental disease or defect? A lot of people don't like the word defect. It's just a legal term for purposes of the statute. And this doctor's expert opinion is yes, he did.
What was your opinion as to whether that mental disease or defect made him incapable of distinguishing right from wrong?
We found no evidence to indicate that his ability to make that distinction between right and wrong was impaired.
When you say you found no evidence, what evidence did you find to support an ability to distinguish right from wrong?
More than once, he commented, he made comments, as we've seen on some of these video clips, that he knew it was wrong. He knew it was a violation of the law, and so forth, that pretty clearly pointed to him being able to make that distinction.
Moving on to the second possibility for insanity. What is your expert opinion with respect to this defendant being capable of forming the culpable mental state to commit the crimes for which he's been charged?
There was evidence in several factors, such as him accumulating firearms, potentially surveilling the site before the event took place. There is some indication that perhaps he was concealing the firearms from his family members, all of which would suggest that he, in fact, did have the ability to form the culpable mental state of intent.
With respect to the discovery in this case, were you provided an opportunity to look at some of the information that was found on his phone once detectives were ultimately able to get into his phone?
We were provided with some information concerning that, most of which, quite honestly, I couldn't interpret.
Let me ask in a more generalized way. If that evidence supported him performing research about conducting a mass shooting months leading up to the mass shooting, how would that impact your expert opinion?
Okay. So yeah, there was evidence that he had done internet searches on other mass shootings. He had, I believe there was evidence that he may have looked into making modifications to a firearm so that it would fire more rapidly. I think there may have been one or two other things he was looking at that are not coming to mind immediately.
Is the question of whether he was capable of forming the culpable mental state something that's a close call?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
In general, in most cases of this nature, to say the person, if the culpable mental state for the offense is intent, what you're trying to say is that the person did not intend to do what they did, which in and of itself is a difficult argument to make. And in this case, there was evidence that pointed to him having planned the event to a sufficient extent that it indicated that he did intend to commit this act.
I don't know, kind
With
of seems
respect-
that way to me. Regardless of his diagnosis of severe schizophrenia, this doctor is saying that he could distinguish between right and wrong, and that he knew that he was doing what he was doing was against the law because he told him that during their sessions. And also, could he form the intent? Yeah, well, yeah, he went out, he bought all these firearms, he researched all kinds of things like other mass shootings, like how to modify a firearm so that it would shoot rapidly instead of shooting at its regular pace, I guess, for lack of a better term. That he concealed the firearms from his family. All of those things go to intent, and whether or not he knew what he was doing was wrong and intended to actually go to Kings Soopers and kill these people surveilling the area. You know what's great about having such an intimate stream is that when Jenny Grace decides to gift memberships and they're randomly distributed by YouTube, they happen to be randomly distributed to people who are actively participating in the chat, like JD Lyon, L. Parker, Cami Burchett, Valor Warrior, and Christy. So congratulations to the winners. Thank Jenny Grace.
To the ability to distinguish right from wrong, what evidence did you find indicating that that was something that he was experiencing?
You mean that he was unable to distinguish right from wrong? Or
I may have messed up all of my negatives. Let me ask the question in a
All right, I
better
think we know
way.
what his opinion is going to be. I'm going to FF to the cross. Here we go. This is the female with the loud voice. You guys think I'm loud? She's loud.
Good afternoon.
So I want to start by reminding the jury of a little bit of your experience. Fair to say you've been doing this a long time.
Yes,
And you told us that you have participated in some way in hundreds of different types of evaluations throughout the course of your years.
yes,
And fair to say, generally as a human, you're a little skeptical.
maybe even more than a little.
Okay. And you told us that in forensic psychology, in particularly when you are being assigned a case by the court or an attorney, one of the core aspects of going into an evaluation is to be skeptical.
Yes, that's, it's not often articulated quite that clearly, but yes, it's, we are essentially trained to require documentation, require support for any kind of conclusion that we might reach.
Now, prior to meeting with Mr. Alissa, which you told us you first met with him in February of 2024.
Correct.
Okay. And you knew at that time he had been at the state hospital for over 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. You knew that he had been at the state hospital for over 2 years. And by that point, he had been through a long course of trying to figure out what medication was right for his disease.
Yes.
And ultimately, his treating physicians landed on putting him on clozapine.
Yes.
And clozapine is a potent antipsychotic,
Very much so, yes.
kind of seen as the antipsychotic of last resorts.
Yes, it is, clozapine carries a significant side effect profile, which means that there are potentially negative side effects that crop up in cases, and a person needs to be monitored very carefully to make sure that the medication isn't going to harm them more than it helps them. And because of that, it more often than not, it doesn't get used until other avenues have been exhausted.
Or other avenues aren't working, other medications
Yeah.
aren't working.
Yes,
And when you met with Mr. Alissa, he's on this medicine of last resort.
yes,
Okay. And you knew all of this information, and even knowing all this information, you went into this evaluation being skeptical of his mental health.
Yes.
And it only took you meeting Mr. Alissa and spending a little bit of time with him when that skepticism, went away.
As in this case, there was a sufficient history of him being seen by various mental health professionals and evaluated that I was perhaps a bit less skeptical than I might ordinarily have been. The diagnosis of schizophrenia was pretty well established, and within a fairly short time of seeing him during our first interview, I was satisfied that yes, that was in fact accurate.
It's a pretty good cross so far. Thank you, Yuri's math teacher, for gifting 10 memberships. You've been gifting a lot of memberships lately, and I really, really want you to know how much I appreciate you and your generosity because you're so sweet. And Terrell, who bought me a matcha latte, says, thanks for covering the Colorado trial. My heart is with everyone healing from this horrific event. Bless our first responders and the heroes whose nature it was to step up in the face of danger. Yeah. Running into the horror and carnage. Thank you both very much.
No question, Mr. Alissa suffers from schizophrenia.
No, correct.
So I want to talk a little bit and have you share a little bit more information with the jury about what having schizophrenia means. And so schizophrenia is a psychotic disorder.
It is.
And there are 5 key features that define a psychotic disorder.
This is the defense
Would you
attorney.
agree with that?
One of them.
I believe that's how the DSM lays it out, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual.
And that's what is used.
Yeah.
I actually have the book right here, right? That's what you use in order to properly diagnose someone with the mental illness.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to talk a little bit about these five psychotic features that define a psychotic disorder. First, there's delusions.
Yes.
Right? And a delusion is a fixed belief that is not amenable to change in light of conflicting evidence.
Yes.
Okay. An example of this might be that you believe you're under video surveillance by the FBI, you're convinced you're under surveillance, but the reality is you're not.
That's one kind of delusion that we hear about sometimes, yes.
Another feature is hallucinations.
Yes.
Okay. And when we're talking about hallucinations, we are talking about experiences that occur without an external stimulus. These are.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning along relevance. I think that everybody is in agreement he has schizophrenia, and going through all of the diagnostic indicators to make that determination is irrelevant for the determination in this case.
Overruled. I think it is.
Thank you, Judge.
Overruled.
Going back to hallucinations, we were talking about the fact that they occur without any external stimulus.
Correct.
Okay. And they're very vivid and clear when you're suffering from a hallucination. Or they can be, I should
They
say.
can be. They are. That's not always the case, but they can be.
And an example of a hallucination is voices.
Yes, in fact, that's the most common type.
Then we have disorganized thinking or speech.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's typically inferred from when the individuals, you're looking at their speech, and that's how you can see some of this disorganized thinking that's going on in their brain.
Yes, that's the most direct way to get a look at that.
Okay. Yeah. And then we have grossly disorganized or abnormal motor behavior, including catatonia.
Yeah.
Everyone say hi to Margie Rodriguez, who says she's usually a lurker, but she's been listening while at work all day with me, starting with the replay crew of yesterday's Karen Reed stream. And then to Justin Timberlake and his statement outside the court room after he got off with a slap on the wrist and says, I'm usually a lurker, but wanted to say how much I appreciate this channel. Margie Rodriguez, welcome. We love you. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining the conversation.
Okay. And that's when you may manifest itself in a variety, it may manifest itself in a variety of ways, ranging from childlike silliness to unpredictable agitation.
Yes.
Okay. Now, that group of features of a psychotic disorder are referred to as positive symptoms. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And positive symptoms are what we typically think of when we think of someone with schizophrenia. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So what I'm thinking about when I'm trying to explain this to the jury is you're thinking about someone hallucinating or hearing voices, you know, having paranoia that they're being followed. That to me, I think schizophrenia. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that's the common image that many people have.
Now, the fifth key feature of a psychotic disorder is what's called negative symptoms.
Yes.
And you had told us earlier that, and you used the word we, but I have to believe in psychology in general, you meant you know far less about negative symptoms than you do about positive symptoms.
He's an expert, so I don't know.
It's probably true that we know less about them. We certainly see negative symptoms less frequently. They are less prominent in many cases than the positive symptoms, but they are nonetheless present in many individuals with a thought disorder, with a psychotic disorder. Although more often than not, they're accompanied by more prominent positive symptoms.
And I believe I heard you
This is fascinating. Kate says that when I worked on an inpatient psych unit, we had to do this VR thing and it simulated auditory hallucinations and visual hallucinations. And we had to navigate getting on a bus and paying $1.25 fare. That is crazy good training. Wow.
say more commonly than not, the positive symptoms are going to be more prominent than the negative symptoms.
They're more prominent, and if someone's experiencing positive and negative symptoms, you're probably going to notice the positive symptoms first.
And that's in a typical case.
Yes.
And I put that in quotations because there really is no typical case. Because one thing about schizophrenia is it's very, it's individualized.
Yes, it can be quite variable.
And so when we talk about negative symptoms, this is when we're talking about diminished emotional expression or lack of emotions in the face or eyes, lack of eye contact, those types of things. I think you referred to with Mr. Alissa, you saw he doesn't talk much.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in order to be diagnosed with schizophrenia, it requires at least 2 of those 5 features we talked about.
Correct.
Okay. And schizophrenia also requires for a significant portion of time since the onset of the disturbance. So since the onset of the beginning of the symptoms, the level of functioning in one or more of those areas, such as work, interpersonal relations, or self-care is markedly below the level achieved prior to the onset.
Yeah.
So a lot of verbiage there. In essence, we have to be seeing effects in someone's everyday common life due to one of those features.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
At least we could hear her, right? Usually complaining because we
And
can't
we
hear.
have to
One
see
positive.
these disturbances for at least 6 months.
Yes.
Thank you.
You have to rule out other possible diagnoses.
Yes.
Okay. And you have to ensure that any of these disturbances aren't due to a substance abuse or other medical condition.
Correct.
Okay. Now, schizophrenia and the characteristics and symptoms of it can involve a range of both cognitive and behavioral dysfunctions.
Yes,
Also can have significant emotional dysfunctions.
yes,
Okay.
She's
And you told
assertive.
us earlier that there's no one symptom that tells you, hey, this is schizophrenia.
correct.
And so, for example, someone may be schizophrenic, be actively psychotic, and they may just be standing there, appearing, quote, normal.
That can happen.
Or you may be looking around and having darting eyes or stumbling, and you may be schizophrenic.
Or carrying on a conversation with someone who isn't there. Yeah.
Or carrying on a conversation with the voices in your head that nobody can hear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, this is fascinating. Look at Doc TJB. Says, as an auditory neuroscientist, author, and clinical neuroaudiologist, I've worked with so many patients with schizophrenia. Only one of my patients became a killer for unrelated reasons. Well, Doc TJB, feel free to answer up any questions in the chat. Seems like you have the credentials to do so. We have a wealth of knowledge in our chat right now with member Doc TJB. Thank you for that.
So as we said, schizophrenia is very subjective to the individual.
I don't think I'd use the word subjective, but its presentations can vary considerably from one person to another.
And it doesn't make any one person's schizophrenia less than the other.
Correct.
Now, there's strong evidence for a relationship between cognitive impairment and functional impairment with individuals with schizophrenia.
In general, yes.
And cognitive impairments can include memory issues and slower processing speeds.
Yes.
Another side effect symptom of schizophrenia can also be of lack of insight or awareness to having the disease.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the treatment of schizophrenia. And with regards to schizophrenia, the best known treatment is antipsychotics.
Yeah. Medication is essentially the only first line treatment for schizophrenia.
And knowing that it's really the only line of treatment for schizophrenia, another thing that we know is antipsychotics can help a lot with positive symptoms, but not as much with negative symptoms.
Yes, medications are more effective treating the positive symptoms than the negative. Yeah.
So if you're on an antipsychotic, there's a more likelihood that maybe we'll see less of those positive symptoms. So maybe less hallucinations, less paranoia, because that antipsychotic is helping with those symptoms.
Yeah.
But if I'm on an antipsychotic and I have significant negative symptoms, those negative symptoms may still be present in a way of, I'm not talking a lot. I'm not showing a lot of emotion.
Yes, the negative symptoms may still persist, and if the positive symptoms have abated somewhat, then the negative symptoms may be more noticeable.
Absolutely, because we took away those positive symptoms.
Yes.
Now, you had told us, and we know that Mr. Alissa has been diagnosed by multiple doctors having schizophrenia since this event occurred.
Yes.
Okay. And you told us also you're in agreement with all of them.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to talk about Mr. Alissa's schizophrenia specific, and I want to start with some of the positive symptoms that you became aware of from collateral resources prior to meeting with him. And you had told us
Yeah, this is Cross, and she is allowed to like lead. So most of her questions don't really sound like questions. They just sound like they want him to answer with a yes or no, and she's kind of guiding him. She's allowed to do that during Cross. But I think we can all agree that he's got schizophrenia. So I kind of want to see where this is going and move along so we can see if they're going to rest today or what the actual. So if you guys want to go back and watch this, I'm not going to stop you. But we're already here for 3 hours and 10 minutes. And I have a feeling she's just going to keep talking and talking and talking. It looks like they go on a little break here. And they come back. So I wonder if they're going to rest today.
Spent a lot of time trying to figure.
We're gonna catch up to real time. Okay, this is gonna be real time now. All right, it's exciting because it took us a long time to catch up to this trial. We did that today, and I think it was effective the way I did it by reading a synopsis of some of the daily testimony because it's very heavy. And as much as I want to cover this, I want to be sensitive about it. And I know that there's a lot of people who don't want to watch it because they're so triggered by it, and it's so hard to listen to. So we're gonna catch up to real time and see if the prosecution rests its case today. So you get a lot of leeway with your cross. Isn't it true, sir, that this, and this? You know, and you want them to answer yes. And you saw what a hassle that was in the Karen Reed trial because none of those people would answer a damn question. Can you show me? Can you show me where that is? Can you show me? Can you refresh my recollection? I don't know. I don't recall. I don't remember. I don't recall. Al Parker says, who listens to the words of a yeller? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone? Thanks, Al, for the 10. Bueller. My haters say that my voice is grating too, so whatever. You know, I mean, listen, female attorneys do take a lot of heat, you know, for being bitchy or whatever, just because they're assertive. So I'm going to cut her a little bit of a break until she really starts to get on my nerves. That's why I'm kind of fast forwarding through her. So let's see what she's up to now. Almost in real time.
And you told that to the Kings Soopers, or Kings on. Yeah. What happened?
Thank you.
Are you able to hear the killing voices in that video?
I heard him say he heard the voices. I did not hear killing.
You did tell us your hearing's not the greatest, as it always was.
Yes.
Okay, and we do know the jury's going to have access to this so they can listen to it, and the acoustics aren't the greatest in the courtroom as well. But my belief of what we heard was I started hearing voices like killing voices. Then I opened up the car door and started shooting. And just so we're clear, this came from the February 20th interview with Mr. Alissa.
Yes.
Okay, which would have been the second time you met with him, the second CD in that packet of Defendant's Exhibit A?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we heard about the fact through Mr. Kuffler's videos that Mr. Alissa had a plan to die that day. Do you recall those videos?
Yes.
And he told you that, right?
Yes, he did.
And you're aware through the collateral information that he actually wore a tactical vest to the Kings Soopers?
He wore a carrier vest, but he had no plates in it. So it offered no protection.
So fair to say that may support wanting to die? Or does it negate it? Maybe that's a better question.
It certainly doesn't negate it. I mean, if his intent was to protect himself, he didn't do a very good job with that.
But he told you that wasn't his intent. His intent was to die that day.
Yes, he did.
And we heard in one of the clips, the intent to die that day was because he didn't want to go to jail.
Yes,
But what we know what happened that day is actually Mr. Alissa stripped down to his boxers, correct?
yes,
And surrendered.
yes,
And he was cooperative when he surrendered.
yes. He complied with commands and
And that would be inconsistent to wanting to die that day.
yes, it would appear that perhaps he changed his mind.
Or had voices in his head telling him things and that stopped.
Cannot definitively rule that out.
Wednesday says the only person I want to watch saying I don't recall is Lil Woody. Ugh, that was comedy gold. That some of that testimony. Lil Woody, if you don't know, you don't know, but it's from the Young Thug trial. That was some great stuff.
Of schizophrenia and, some of the things you saw with Mr. Alissa is how it affects his executive functioning. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
And throughout the course of the evaluation, there'd be little areas where we may see a flavor of this. Would you agree with that? Let me give you an example.
yes, please.
Might be much easier
Yeah.
of where I'm going. At some point during the course of the evaluation, and this is towards the end of that second evaluation with Mr. Alissa, you talked to him about what he would do if he had a disagreement with his attorneys. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to play that video for us and then we can talk about kind of what that tells us.
So you said if you have a disagreement with them, they're likely to do nothing. How do you usually handle disagreements?
I don't think we have any disagreement.
Okay.
We'll have it.
Whether you did.
Either like we could have one. I don't think we do have any.
Breaking news for any of those of you who were following the Elijah View case. It has been confirmed in Wisconsin that the skull and other human remains have been identified as missing Wisconsin toddler Elijah View. Breaking news right now. Says the remains were discovered by a deer hunter in Two Rivers on Saturday. The 3-year-old tot was first reported missing in the town on February 20th. Prayers up for the family. Elijah's mother and her boyfriend were arrested and are facing child neglect charges related to the case. Breaking news. Very sad. Gonna fast forward because it's hard for us to hear the tape.
Went back to the treatment unit
Hold on.
with him. Their recollection,
And wondering if it's not like is this a sanity evaluation? Kind of like out of nowhere asking you almost towards the end of this eval? And wondering if it's not like the other evals that he had?
yeah, I don't have a clear recollection of that, but I believe that took place, yeah.
And that's in the second interview where you had a lengthy conversation with him at the beginning of the evaluation about what the purpose of this evaluation was.
We had that conversation with him at the beginning of the first evaluation, again at the beginning of that meeting. And we touched on it also when we went back to the treatment unit in the week in between, trying to get him to come talk with us. So it was not the first time that he had been told that.
And yet we still see he's not clear on what the evaluation is.
Yes.
I'm going to move on to March 21st. And during this interview, you met with Mr. Alissa for approximately an hour and 56 minutes.
Sounds right, yeah.
Okay. Fair to say similar demeanor that we saw in the other videos?
Oh, yeah.
Same way of answering the questions, very curt or simple?
Unelaborated, yeah.
Okay. And continues to deny information that you know from collateral resources to be true?
Yes.
I'm going to play a video, and to orient the jury, you had told us that when you spoke to the family, they had believed that maybe he had been possessed by a jinn. So this is something you bring up to him, just to give you an idea of where we're going.
So you said you're.
Thanks, Wednesday. I mean, if you guys want to go watch it, I can't blame you. You can always come back on the replay. But we're in it now, so I feel like we have to finish.
And they brought up, I think, so I just feel about, it has to do with.
It's difficult when we can't hear the recording, so I'm going to fast forward it.
Me. So we have Mr. Alissa saying, yeah, but I don't think the FBI was following me. Is that what you heard, Dr. Gray?
Yes, I think so. I think so.
Now. But your you're told about you taking over the camera on your computer and breaking a key fob. And they said that you had told them it was because the FBI was using that to follow you. Right. And I can appreciate you not wanting to talk about some of these things, Mr. Alissa. And I want to respect your right to do that. But I need to tell you this, it's not helping this situation. Sure.
Jason, a gin is in the Bob Weir Rat Dog song, To Gin, DJINN. You know that song, don't you? That's a great song. Rat Dog, I miss Rat Dog.
Times you're trying to,
Difficult.
fair to say that's one of those times you're trying to kind of wave the flag at him of say, you're not helping yourself at all right now?
But yeah,
Expressing
Yeah.
some of the frustration you're having of him not giving you anything?
Can
well,
I have
hope
my Irish Raspberry
frustration
Raven?
wasn't too obvious. But yeah, wanted to let him know that
She just cackled. Hold on, I gotta take back the cackle. Enough cackle on my bingo card today either.
but yeah,
Expressing
Yeah.
some of the frustration you're having of him not giving you anything?
well, I hope my frustration wasn't too obvious. But yeah, wanted to let him know that more information was going to be more helpful.
Yeah, a little bit.
I just want to understand what was going on, and wonder what you were worried about. In what way, though? Just to pinpoint everybody what it is. The voice are somehow connected to the computer. Yeah. How?
Yeah. I didn't know where
What were they saying? What were they yelling?
Nothing where it's like going through.
What did you think about that? How did you interpret that?
It's hard to hear, so we're gonna move forward. Jason says, why do people hate on attorneys for defending people they don't like? If this was Karen's attorney, you would all be fawning over her. I try not to. Except for those evil stepsisters in the Ashley Benefield case, my friends. Oh, and set your DVR tonight if anybody still has a DVR, because they're going to be doing Ashley Benefield on 2020 tonight at 9. Then we can recap it over the weekend. So you have homework should you choose to accept it. And then there's an Ashley Benefield hearing on Monday at 1:30, and I don't recall what it's for. I don't think it's sentencing. We'll cover that too if they happen to choose to televise it.
What's the yelling? It was just for some of these things that you were experiencing were because of the Chen. This one. Okay. What do you think of the idea that a Chen was involved in all this? Do you think they're
I'm going to pause right there. Why did you ask Mr. Alissa whether or not he thought maybe a djinn was involved in any of this?
Because his family said that.
We wanted to find out the extent to which he was perhaps following that same line of thinking that his father and his older siblings were following, and to begin to maybe get a little bit of a handle on how he was understanding what was going on with him. What's up with the voices? Where are they coming from? What do they mean?
What's up with the voices? That didn't sound very
So
doctorly.
maybe the voices are coming from a djinn,
Jinn.
Maybe.
right? But again, you get nothing from Mr. Alissa.
Correct.
So you're giving him prompts, again, things you don't often like to do, but in this situation kind of feel like you don't have a lot of choice. And he just doesn't give you anything.
Correct.
Thank you, Scott Messer.
things as a Chen? You say you don't know, does that mean that you're just not sure, or you don't really believe it, or? Maybe it's like the chair, the voices. See the voice of the That's what people do pretty helpful. Can you explain this one? Where do they come from? What sorts of things are they capable of?
Thank you, Dennis. Jerry just heard a voice. Hit the like button.
Are they evil? Are they there to help you? Or are they?
You have a daughter hockey player? That's amazing, Ruby. Go for it. It's like listening to like Blair Witch Project. I'm gonna fast forward to real time. This is still going. It's 4:30 in Colorado. Prosecution's supposed to arrest today, but at this rate, I'm not seeing it. I can't hear it, so I'm just going to talk to you.
So part of what I'm confused about is how the voices yelling at you relate to bringing a key fob with that. Maybe gonna make the voices stop or. I just want to live in our place.
Thank you, L. Parker. L, I have,
Maybe try to explain it.
for my Boulder friends, I'm wearing a Dark Horse hoodie. Burger Madness, if you know, you know. Hockey Moms Rock, says Yuri's math teacher.
So again, we're seeing you and Dr. Torres trying to get something from Mr. Alissa in regards to the voices,
Yes,
and you're not getting anything.
correct.
Again, a continued struggle we see throughout.
Yes.
All right, also in this video,
Friday the 13th.
you and Dr. Torres try to get an idea of, you know, why the Kings Soopers, why he picked that particular one. And a question that's asked is, how did you decide where to commit the Kings Soopers? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And he tells you it was just random.
I don't think he used the word random, but that was the gist of it.
It's a question we've all been
And you
asking.
bring
Why
up the
that King
fact that there's-
Soopers? Why that King Soopers? Why did he drive from Arvada 23 minutes to the South Boulder Table Mesa King Soopers to commit this horrific crime?
The Kings Soopers right by his house.
Yes.
And again, it was random. The gist of it, according to you,
Yeah,
or your
the gist
memory?
of it, there was no clear explanation as to why that particular location.
Again, there's a discussion about his plan to die that day. So going back to similar topics, trying to get more information from him, right?
Yeah.
Again, not getting much of anything.
Correct?
And we know about the plan to die. We know that he surrendered that day.
Yes.
Okay. You then go on and bring up, you know, COVID and how that may or may not have affected him. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were aware from the interviews with the family that in November of 2020, the family all got COVID,
Yes.
including Mr. Alissa.
Yeah.
And you're also aware that COVID is known to have effects that can exacerbate someone who has significant mental illness.
What? Wait a minute. What? The Dark Horse is closing? Landowner sold the whole block. The Dark Horse cannot close. It's an institution. Where are you going to go for Burger Madness? Say it isn't so. We just found out that the sink opened in 1923. Do they still put honey on pizza crust there? And quite frankly, the pizza crust is delicious, and the honey on the pizza crust is delicious. It sounds weird, I know. Monchel, there's somebody put a theory up before. I don't know if I highlighted it, but apparently Neven Stanisic, who was in the Kings Soopers that day fixing some of the Starbucks equipment, also happened to fix some of the equipment at one of his parents' restaurants. And I think somebody said that it may be that he followed him there. He was the first person that he shot, right? In the parking lot. Neven Stanisic, here are the victims. This is always about the victims on this channel. Eric Talley, 51, who was a police officer, father of 7. Rikki Olds, 25. Denny Stong, 20. Teri Leiker, 51. Neven Stanisic, 23. Tralona Bartkowiak, 49. Suzanne Fountain, 59. Kevin Mahoney, 61. Lynn Murray, 62. And Jody Waters, 65.
I don't know. I don't have any specific information about that.
Okay. But Mr. Alissa did have COVID in November of 2020,
Yes, I believe
according to
so.
his family.
I believe so.
And so you bring up, let's talk about COVID, what your life was like during COVID, you know, kind of switching topics from the voices to COVID. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And while you're having, you know, talking to him about COVID, he makes statements along the lines of, it doesn't really affect people my age. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that he's too young to be killed by COVID.
Yes.
And Dr. Torres asked, it sounds like you weren't worried about it. And he says, yeah, like, no, it's not such a big deal. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that was Kim Robinson. Full credit for Kim if you want to type it in there
You
again.
also know
I thought I
from the
highlighted it, but I didn't.
family
I mean, I
that
didn't
according
save
to
it.
them, after Mr. Alissa had COVID, their observations, they noticed changes in him with regards to what we now know to be his schizophrenia. Specifically in hygiene and weight gain and even more seclusion from the rest of the family.
And I don't recall hearing or seeing anything where they were tying that directly to COVID.
Okay.
That there was it was noted that some of his symptom presentation, largely negative symptoms, did seem to increase.
Okay. And we'll hear from the family next week so we can follow up with them.
It's crazy. They put a giant hotel on the hill, right? Pretzels and cornbread? Cornbread, wait,
All
is that a
right, then
Dave
we have
Matthews
the
reference?
April 9th of
Because, you
2020.
know, I mean, look, I got the Grateful Dead behind me and Dave Matthews, so if it's a cornbread reference, we got to talk.
24 video, or excuse me, interview. And this was significantly shorter. It was only 40 minutes. And again, at the beginning of the conversation, there's talk about how long the video is going to be. And I can't remember if it was you or Dr. Torres who said this will be fast. Do you
I mean,
recall
it could have
that?
triggered his feelings of
Yeah.
isolation, right? If he was isolating before, right, and it started to manifest itself as schizophrenia. And then I'm just going to say, perhaps maybe COVID and the isolation and the lockdowns were gave him more of a psychotic break. It sort of triggered it or accelerated his schizophrenia. Is that possible? But again, we're not arguing the fact that he has schizophrenia. Everyone is in agreement that he has severe schizophrenia. The question is whether or not he knew what he was doing was wrong and against the law, and whether there was intent to do what he did. So I don't know. She's kind of hammering the wrong point to me.
Let him know this one would be shorter than the others.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he reminds you he's tired anyways.
Yeah.
Again, showing this disinterest.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
And fair to say, similar demeanor than in the last 3 videos that we watched?
Pretty much, yes.
Same short, curt
Thanks,
answers that
Lydia.
we've seen?
Yeah, he gave us perhaps a little bit more information, but not much.
Again, you bring up collateral information that's inconsistent to some of the statements he'd shared with you. For example, you say, well, you know, we looked into the school thing and it appears you never actually were registered for classes. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And you got his school records, so you had seen those.
Yeah.
And he goes, no, I registered.
Yes.
Right.
He was insistent that he had registered for classes, and
And again, something kind of benign in the big picture of things. Would you agree with that?
yes, we didn't put a whole lot of weight into that, but it was curious.
Well, and it's just another point of why would he, let me rephrase that. Where you have collateral information, you have records that you know that something did not happen. And he's saying, yes, it did happen.
Yes.
And then again, you go back to the voices and trying to get more from what he can articulate to you about these voices. Agree with that?
I believe that. I don't recall the exact sequence of questions that we asked, but that's sounds reasonable. Yes.
We're gonna go,
If you see your comments disappearing, I'm just deleting that word because GP is right.
this is the April 9th.
YouTube doesn't like it.
Question before as well.
Nothing personal, my friends.
First of all, we've asked, so you said the voices are what caused or resulted in you conducting a mass shooting. You said that's what goes your head from their yelling. Can you think more of that? What's that?
It's kind of hard to hear that again.
Yes. Yes.
And Dr. Torres actually tries to ask for clarification about that. And what Mr. Alissa says in response to her inquiry is, I mean, the consistent voices, they made me commit the mass shooting. Were you able to hear that?
No, I did not hear that.
Okay. And again, this is in the April 9th, 2024 video. We're approximately 20 minutes in.
They have AI that
Sound
does
about
it
right?
Wednesday.
Yes.
It's
Okay.
crazy.
You
Here's Kim's
continue to
theory.
try and get more information about the voices.
Do you think he had beef with Neven, Kim?
Or any of these sections and this is the voices. What's that? Can you say more?
Maybe when the voice not look like.
Okay. What made you think that?
I don't want the voice wanted a mass shooting.
FFing.
This is one area where we get a little bit more from Alissa. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And in this exchange, Dr. Torres asks, were any of these actions intended to stop the voices? And Mr. Alissa said, to some extent.
Yes.
And then what's that? So again, making sure we're hearing what he's saying. And he says again, to some extent. And she follows up, can you tell me more about that?
Yes.
And then he says, maybe if I committed the mass shooting, the voices would go away. Correct?
Yes.
And then she says, okay, what made you think that? And he says, I thought that's what the voices wanted, was a mass shooting.
Yes.
And then Dr. Torres says, so you thought if you committed a mass shooting, then the voices might stop yelling at you because you had done what you thought they had wanted. And Mr. Alissa says, yes.
Yes.
So this gives us some insight, although minimal, of what may have been going on in his head at the time.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. But he doesn't elaborate any more than that.
Correct.
And would you say that when you and Dr. Torres, were considering what your opinion was going to be and the difficulties with Mr. Alissa, these were definitely points you took into consideration.
Oh, yeah.
But for you and her in your evaluation, they ultimately weren't enough.
Well, they weren't enough. And with that statement that I thought that's what the voices wanted, we couldn't get around the idea that this was ultimately a self-serving motivation. There wasn't any sort of command. The world was not going to be destroyed if he did not do this. Nothing of that nature. It was simply to make the voices stop so that I would be less uncomfortable. And
For you, that wasn't enough.
I'm confused.
well, for me, that makes me think there were other options available.
Okay. And we know, at least from what Mr. Alissa is able to tell us, is that there are these screaming voices.
Yes.
And it's unclear how consistent these screaming voices are, but they are screaming or yelling in his head.
Yes.
And we get to this point after 4 interviews of trying to figure out what more he can give you. He finally gives you, I thought they would stop if I committed the mass shooting.
Yes.
So in thinking about that and thinking of where Mr. Alissa may have found himself, he has these screaming voices in his head screaming at him. He can't hear any words, at least that he can articulate to you or Dr. Torres. But these screaming voices are going on in his head, and somehow there's a connection for him that he needs to commit this mass shooting. Would you agree with that?
He was conveying that was a motivation for him to do it. Yeah.
The voices were the motivation for him of why he committed the mass shooting.
Yes, that's the clear inference there.
And the belief that the voices would stop.
Yeah.
So he's trying to get the voices to stop, so he
Actually,
shot him.
let me walk that back just a little bit,
Sure.
because I'm not sure I would call it a belief that the voices would stop.
A hope.
It to an extent sounded like maybe that was what he hoped.
That the voices would stop. So he wasn't even
Really?
sure.
Yeah, I don't think he was convinced that it would make the voices stop, but he thought it might and hoped that it would.
Because he had these screaming voices in his head. Okay. And then
But
we're
they
gonna
didn't
go
tell him to do
on
it.
to another clip.
He
where we
wanted
get a
the
look-
voices to stop, and that's why he did it. Well, we've decided thank you to Kate for reminding me the Ashley Benefield hearing on Monday is to interview the jurors. So there's another case in which they want to interview jurors. Don't forget to watch 2020 tonight. What time is it? All right, so it's 4:49 p.m. in Boulder. Boy, this judge works right until 5, huh?
little bit more information about the voices that are screaming in his head.
No, I did not, Nanny. Go to have to go watch it.
Your father and Ali, and 1 or 2 of your older sisters all think that you were being influenced by a jinn.
All of his brothers and sisters thought he was being influenced by a djinn.
I've got the impression, and perhaps I'm wrong about this, I got the impression that you're not really sure you believe in Chen. I don't know. That's the way to look at it.
This is just really muddy. It is spaghetti at the wall. It's really muddying the waters here.
Did you ever think maybe you could go see a psychiatrist or a psychologist or someone to talk about that?
Thank you, Ginger Snaps, for watching.
We're about to get to a scenario that you proposed to Mr. Alissa about
How do you look
if
past
there was
that?
1 or 2 police cars sitting right in front of the Kings Soopers parking lot at the time he was going to do the shooting, would he have gone ahead and done that? Do you recall where I'm going?
Yes.
Why did you ask that question?
That's a fairly classic question that is sometimes thought to get at the issue of right from wrong. If a person says, no, I wouldn't do it, if there's a police officer standing right there, that implies that the person recognizes that that would be the wrong thing to do.
Okay, so let's watch what Mr. Alissa told us.
Ashley Benefield is on, JD Lyon. It's about Ashley Benefield tonight, the 2020. I don't know if you were here for that trial. Yeah, he hunted. He said it was fun. This is fun. Oh, this is so fun. That was chilling, that
I've had
testimony.
something like this before, but if there's been one or two police cars sitting right there in the Kings Soopers parking lot when you pulled in, would you have gone ahead and done this anyway? Yeah. You think so?
Why do you think that?
I'm sorry.
Does the board that have control over them?
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
The work that the work of that way did not fit in. They have the control of the way.
We're behind still?
Asked.
Yeah.
He tells you that he would have done it anyways because of the voices, because it's why he did the mass shooting. They had control over his mind.
Well, he may have said that, but it depends on whether the doctor believed him or not, I guess.
I'm not sure that he actually said they had control over his mind.
You didn't just hear that in the video?
No.
Okay.
I heard him say that that's what the voices wanted, but not that the voices controlled his mind.
Okay. But again, we have the video. The jury will have the video.
Yep.
They can come listen to the video, which is the April 9th, around 30 minutes in, where Mr. Alissa, according to my read of things, says they had control over his mind.
Somebody's asking about the Ashley Benefield juror issue. Remember one of the jurors, if you haven't seen it, I'm going to drop the link to that show in the chat right now so you can go back and rewatch. But one of the jurors apparently may have lied on her jury questionnaire that she was a victim and a perpetrator of domestic violence. And it's the defense's position, had they known that, she never would have been allowed on the jury and she should get a new trial. I just dropped the link in the chat if you want to go recap it.
All right.
All right. I mean, what time is this judge going to go to, my Colorado friends? In Massachusetts, they were breaking like for, summer Wednesdays, take the day off on Thursdays, head to the Cape on Fridays. This is crazy, working real hours.
I guess I'm not fully understanding here if the voices were just yelling and you couldn't tell what they were saying. How it is that you made the determination that what they wanted was for you to purchase weapons and specify who was wanted, just what you would do. And what do you think led you to that assumption?
So on direct, you talked about the fact that in most of the evaluation,
Hannah, the witness's name was Sarah Chan. I think she's maybe like the third witness that we did today. You want to go back and watch that testimony. She was the pharmacist at Kings Soopers, and it's chilling.
Mr. Alissa had only mentioned hearing the voices on a weekly basis, maybe bi-weekly. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Here we clearly hear him say day after day.
yes.
Okay,
And,
that,
and it's also clear from the question Dr. Torres asked that I misspoke. And he did in fact say the voices were controlling his mind.
so just moving back a little bit is I had said to you that I heard that Mr. Alissa believed the voices that were screaming in his head were controlling his mind. After getting further context with more video, you agree with that's what he said.
I think that's probably what he did say, yes.
And we hear in this video that he has these screaming, yelling voices that he believes is controlling his mind. Screaming voices that are controlling his mind day after day is why he committed the mass shooting.
Essentially, yes.
Did she just flip this witness? And now it comes out that he said he was hearing
So
these
you
voices day after
told
day after day.
us- Gonna move off the videos.
Wish we could see the
That
videos.
you and Dr. Torres ultimately opined that Mr. Alissa was sane at the time he committed the shooting at Kings Soopers.
Yes.
However, you also wrote in your report that you weren't confident in that opinion.
We were not entirely confident in the opinion. No, that's correct.
He's flipping.
And we've talked a lot about some of the difficulties and concerns you had throughout this evaluation with Mr. Alissa.
Yes.
And that a huge part of where this lack of confidence or hesitation in your ultimate opinion came because of Mr. Alissa's inability to give you more information.
Ultimately, yes, that was, as I said earlier, that was a major barrier for us.
I want to talk about some things, though, that you are confident in. And you're confident in your diagnoses that Mr. Alissa suffers from a serious psychotic illness, specifically schizophrenia.
Yeah.
The data supports that Mr. Alissa has had this serious psychotic illness for several years.
Yes.
There is evidence to support that at the time of the shooting, Mr. Alissa was in the throes of a psychotic episode.
He had been in the throes of, well, he'd been experiencing psychosis for some time. Yes.
Before the shooting, but what we care about, because we know what the jury needs to care about, is at the time of the shooting.
Yes.
When the shooting occurred, it's in your expert opinion, he was in the throes of a psychotic episode.
He was experiencing significant symptoms of schizophrenia. Yes.
Well, and in your report, you write specifically that he was in the throes of a psychotic episode.
Is that the phrase that we use?
Oh boy. I think she flipped him.
If
I wonder
I
if
can
she's
refer to my
loud. She
report.
knew what she was
You
going to
can, if
get.
I may approach, Your Honor, I'm going to show Dr. Torres, which is page 21 of 22.
He may have
of the
schizophrenia that's
report
treatment
he wrote.
resistant. That doesn't
Yes,
mean that he didn't know that what he was doing was wrong at the time of
Well,
the
you have to
murders.
get
But if he
Dr.
says he was in the
Torres
throes of a psychotic episode,
Oh,
doesn't
you
that
will,
throw a
don't
whole
worry.
wrench
No,
in
you
the
don't think that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
prosecution's case?
All right, Dr.
I don't
Gray, so
know.
I'm showing you, let's just
Yeah.
make sure you agree this is your report.
Yeah.
And I'm going to page 21 of 22. Mr.
There it is. Okay.
Well, I want to make
Okay.
sure the jury hears it.
Yeah.
Mr. Alissa was
Thank
in
you,
the throes
Jerry.
of a psychotic episode around the time of the incident events.
Yes.
Thanks, Jerry Gray, for tuning in from Canada and for the 10. I mean, listen, if a jury couldn't understand the Karen
You
Reed
believe
case,
in your expert opinion,
I can't
it's
understand this.
possible that his thinking was clouded and even confused by psychotic symptoms, including auditorial hallucinations at the time of the shooting.
Yes,
And you also believe, in your expert opinion, that it was far more likely than not that the shooting would not have occurred but for Mr. Alissa's untreated psychotic illness that he was experiencing at the time.
yes,
You told us about what you and Dr. Torres took into account to come up with your ultimate opinion. And your opinion of Mr. Alissa's sanity is just that, your opinion.
that's correct.
Okay. And your ultimate opinion is only one data point for the jury to consider when they're considering all of the evidence.
That this is the jury's call.
Exactly, because the ultimate decision of whether or not Mr.
Just rolled
Alissa
over.
was insane at the time,
This is the
whether
jury's
or not
call.
he knew right from wrong at the time, is for the jury to decide.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I can just have a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gray. I have no further questions.
He waffled. He
Yes,
waffled.
Judge, realizing that it is a Friday at 5, I'm going to ask for the indulgence of the court and the
Not a good
jury.
idea.
Dr. Gray has come from hours away, and to bring him back for 15 minutes on Monday. I think
15 minutes?
I can come in very close to 15.
Judge is like 15 minutes, really?
I'm gonna check with Mr. Dougherty.
Then they want to recross.
Maybe I should ask for 20.
Okay, I'm getting, yes, so, yeah, all right.
He comes from hours away and they don't
Dr.
want to keep
Torres,
him
I'm-
there too much
Done
longer.
this if there were police officers
Right.
was asking about. The classic question that Ms. Harold was asking about, the question that you ask of people in performing a sanity evaluation of, would they still have done this if there were police officers in front of the store?
It's called the policeman at the elbow test, and actually I rarely use it.
The elbow test.
In this case, you chose to use it.
Yes,
That classic question,
Oh, wait a second. For Pete's sake. What just happened? What just happened? See? YouTube did not want us watching that. It doesn't matter because we were in real time, so go back. Go back. History. Go back. Now Siri thinks I'm talking to her too.
actually had been affiliated with the school, he indicated.
Okay, 15 seconds. Okay. Wonder how it is over there in the law and crime chat. How many people are
I'm going to follow
surviving?
up and ask him some questions about that in a minute, Judge, so we can hold off on that.
We have more people watching than law and
Okay.
crime. Okay, there's only
You
274
indicated to
people
Ms.
watching law
Harold
and crime.
that one of the
We have
things that
doubled
the
that
defendant
almost.
was adamant about was that he had registered for classes at Red Rocks Community College.
But isn't that kind of, upsetting? That we've got 574 people watching. Law and crime has 272 people watching. That means there's a total of 700 people worldwide watching this trial being live streamed. We are outraged. I'm going to let him play through because I know we're tired.
In response to her questions, you indicated the collateral materials were inconsistent with that. He in fact had not registered for classes.
that was the information we had, yeah.
But the collateral materials did indicate that he had applied at Red Rocks Community College
Yes,
and that he had been accepted at Red Rocks Community College.
yes, I believe so.
So we're talking about a distinction on whether there was a registration for classes, but he actually had been affiliated with the school he indicated he was.
He had had some contact with them, and we know universities sometimes make mistakes.
At one point in your cross-examination, you said something along the lines of, there was no belief the world would be destroyed if he didn't do this.
Yes,
I want to follow up and ask the question of, Dr. Gray, have you evaluated individuals that were deemed insane?
I have.
Can you give the jury an idea of what those how those individuals present?
Your Honor, I'm going to object invading the province of the jury, 401, 403.
What's your
Iceman is
response?
My
confused.
response is, it is
That
fair
this
for me to ask
doctor was
about this in
hired
response.
by the judge to do a court-ordered psychiatric evaluation or forensic psychology evaluation when they were trying to determine, I think, whether or not he was competent to stand trial. So he was hired by neither the prosecution nor the defense, but during the prosecution's case in chief, he seemed to be very pro-prosecution, and now it seems like he's sort of like waffling on his opinion. So I'm confused too, Iceman. You are not alone.
To Miss Harold's line of questioning on redirect in order to inquire as to what somebody who is insane actually looks like, how they present.
His question's a legal question, though, ultimately for the jury of insanity. I was talking about schizophrenia and symptoms of schizophrenia and what someone with schizophrenia may or may not look like. I wasn't talking about insanity. It was just schizophrenia. This is improper.
Robbie, it's really more about whether or not he
Jody,
goes
I
to the
obviously-
state criminal psychiatric hospital or he goes to prison. Because I don't think he's getting out either way. Robbie says, will this defense lawyer guarantee your client will not do something like this again? So that's really what the issue is here. There's no doubt that he did this. It's just, is he criminally insane under the law or not? Does he go to a mental hospital, prison, or does he go to prison?
Strongly disagree. I think she did talk about insanity.
I'm going to sustain as to the form of the question. Can you give the jury an idea how those individuals present?
Right, Christine.
I think the doctor has already said in some fashion that
That's the
people,
judge.
perhaps the disease manifests itself in very different in each individual. So rephrase the question.
Can you give the jury an idea of what someone who is incapable of distinguishing right from wrong looks like, or how they present?
I'm going to object again.
Sustained.
What is an example of somebody who would be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong?
Objection. There's no relevance to some other person. The question for the jury is whether or not Mr. Alissa could distinguish right from wrong. We've heard lots of
Sustained.
That's what you call a speaking objection. Okay, so you know in a lot of trials
Dr. Gray,
how
in
they say no
examining the
speaking objections. What she just did is a speaking objection. She said, and she went on instead of just giving the reason for her objection, which by the way, in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, the judge would not even allow the grounds for the objection, like objection hearsay. You couldn't even say hearsay. That's a speaking objection when she says, we don't care about what other people think. We just want to know, or we don't care about other people. We just want to know what he thinks about this person. And in many, many jurisdictions and many courtrooms, they are prohibited, but not here.
right from wrong. We've heard lots
See how
of
she goes on to explain why she's sort of testifying in a way. That's a speaking objection.
Dr. Gray, in examining the question of whether somebody is capable of distinguishing right from wrong, what would you be looking for when conducting an examination?
We look at a variety of information, including whether the person understands the legality of what they're doing. In some instances, we might get into questions of whether committing a particular act has moral implications, if there are moral issues involved. We're also, of course, looking for any kind of evidence that a mental disease or defect is intruding on the person's ability to make that basic distinction.
So with the example you gave on cross-examination of somebody who believed the world would be destroyed if they didn't take this action, potentially be an individual that was incapable of distinguishing right from wrong?
Yes, and what I was getting at there was someone who had substantially delusional thinking that that made it critically important for them to commit an act that otherwise might be illegal or might be considered wrong, and so they could weigh that, so to speak.
A delusion, a delusion such as Kings Soopers had been overtaken by aliens, and in order to save the world, he had to enter the store and take lives.
Object to leading 401.
Overruled.
That would be, if we had something like that, yes, that would be an example.
There was a line of questioning that Ms. Harold had about the fact that his plan was to die going into this, so he didn't go to jail. But ultimately, he stripped down and surrendered and followed commands. You said he changed his mind in response to that question, correct?
Yes, apparently he did.
Montiel, death penalty was abolished in Colorado in 2020.
And Ms. Harold followed up with, the voices in his head may have told him to surrender or something along those lines. And your response was, you can't rule that out. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do. And no, I can't rule that out. But I also have, he gave us nothing to indicate that that in fact is what led him to change his plan.
In order to establish that that happened, you would, in order to say that the voices in his head told him to change his decision and surrender, you would have to speculate as to what happened.
Yes,
You would have to imagine facts that do not exist in this case.
it would involve making some assumptions about what he was thinking and how he was making these determinations without any evidence to support them.
Ms. Harold asked you about the fact that he was wearing a black sweatshirt during all of your interviews. What do they provide for clothing at the state hospital?
I'm not entirely sure, and in honesty, I'm not entirely sure that it was necessarily the same shirt. I don't know.
Typically, people at the state hospital provided with their clothing.
It depends on what treatment unit they're on. I believe that on the treatment unit where he was being housed, that patients are allowed to keep their own clothing or to use their own clothing. If they don't have adequate clothing, then they'll find clothing items for them.
So the answer is you don't really know about his clothing situation while residing at the state hospital.
Correct.
I have been watching
On
him,
direct examination, you
this
indicated that
defendant, and he
schizophrenia
hasn't
does not
he
make
hasn't
someone
looked up from
insane.
the table practically the entire day. He seems to be writing or doodling frantically. What do you think he's doing? Is he heavily medicated? If he was more heavily medicated on antipsychotics, would he be more, I don't know, I'm asking because I'm a lawyer, not a doctor, but would he be more, how do I describe this? Still, I guess, catatonic, lethargic. He seems very jittery. I guess it depends on the meds, and he's been writing frantically all day.
I agreed that the defendant has severe schizophrenia.
Yes.
Does severe schizophrenia make somebody insane?
No, not per se.
Legal definition of insanity. It's different. Yeah. Pre-planning, purchasing guns and ammo,
Ms.
stalking.
Harold talked for quite a while about the fact that the defendant was reluctant to participate, refused to talk about a number of topics, both inculpatory and exculpatory, or things that would help him during the evaluation or during the interviews. You recall that line of questioning?
Do.
On direct examination, we talked about the fact that there were notations that you reviewed in the medical files, correct?
Yes.
On December 16th of 2021, which would have been in conjunction with what is described as the biopsychosocial assessment. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Is that part of the intake process when somebody first arrives at the hospital?
Yes, it's a standard evaluation that's conducted on, or is supposed to be conducted on anyone who comes into the hospital.
And during that initial assessment, the notes that you reviewed indicated patient participated in the assessment, but was very guarded. He answered briefly and frequently stated, "I don't know," or "I don't want to answer at this time." That's in quotes. And then also in quotes, it indicates he had also told staff, quote, "Attorney said not to answer questions." You recall reviewing that in his medical records?
I don't recall that specifically, but that sounds quite reasonable.
Just for clarification, when was the date of that?
December 16th, 2021 at 2:14 PM Mountain Standard Time.
Love how you guys answer each other's questions.
But you wouldn't disagree with me that the medical records indicate that there are references to him telling medical professionals when arriving at the state hospital, his attorneys had told him not to answer questions.
No, I would not disagree.
Along those same lines, with respect to his reluctance or refusal to participate, does every defendant that you've evaluated for sanity agree with an NGRI plea?
No.
NGRI, not guilty by reason of insanity. You just learned something today, folks.
Ms. Harold asked about the fact that this is an evaluation involving a defendant with a serious mental illness.
Yes, they're supposed to rest today.
What is
but
the status of the vast majority of people that you conduct sanity evaluations on with respect to their mental illness?
Most of the, well, a substantial proportion of the people that we see for sanity evaluations do have some kind of serious mental illness. There's another group that don't have a serious mental illness, but want us to think they do.
And we're not putting Mr. Alissa in that group.
Absolutely not.
He goes in the majority of individuals that get sanity evaluations that actually have a serious mental illness.
Yeah.
But again, serious mental illness does not mean insane.
Correct.
Kim, you got all the info.
Ms. Harold talked about the fact that this is
Another 10, Yuri?
a defendant that you're conducting a sanity evaluation on that
Pretty soon, Yuri, every single person in this chat, as there's only 552 of you kind humans still here, not rushing off to do something else. Every single person in this chat is going to be a member. How about that? That's amazing. Yuri, you're too much for me. You're so amazing. I don't deserve you. This is still the prosecution's case. They're supposed to rest today. They asked for special dispensation to keep this witness an extra 20 minutes. They said, because he came from hours away and they don't want him to have to house him over the weekend. We're still here. Thank you, Yuri's math teacher, so much.
that is medicated and talked extensively about Clozaril being a antipsychotic of last resort.
Yes.
Are a significant number of the individuals that you evaluate for sanity medicated?
A large proportion of them are, yes. Well, at least of the group that are genuinely ill.
Again, limiting it to that non-feigning
Right.
group.
Debbie's like, why didn't I get a gifted membership?
Indicate
Support that. We found no definitive evidence to support that conclusion.
same question. What evidence was there indicating he was incapable of forming a culpable mental state?
Again, we found no definitive evidence to indicate that he lacked that ability.
When you say you found no definitive evidence, you would have to speculate or invent facts in order to support the defendant being insane. Insane.
Really is. It's a special group here. Doc.
I would modify that just a bit. I would say we would have needed more information to be able to reach a conclusion that he was incapable of distinguishing right from wrong.
Thank you.
Or incapable of forming the culpable mental state.
Yes, I think reaching an
Interesting.
inability to form culpable mental state would be a greater stretch. That would be more difficult.
But again, on both of those, no evidence was found to support the defendant being insane.
Nothing definitive, no.
Judge, I don't have any further questions for Dr. Gray.
All right, thank you.
Is she going to recross?
So we will break for the evening. I want to remind you that until, excuse me, the trial is completed, do not discuss the case with anyone by any
Are
means.
they going to make him come back on
If anyone
Monday?
tries to discuss it with you, tell them to stop and let me know about it as soon as you can. Don't read or listen to anything. You got a weekend coming up. Be very mindful and cautious, please, on these
Oh, weird.
weekends. And do not form an opinion or
Kim needs a
express any
membership too.
opinion until the case is submitted to you. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend. Go Rams.
Go Rams. How about SCO Buffs? How about SCO Buffs? You're in Boulder, ma'am. You're a sitting judge in Boulder County. You cannot say go Rams. Oh, that was not good. Okay, she's off my list of people I like in my favorite place in the world of Boulder. You have to turn on that you will accept them, thumbs up, and chat. That is correct, Debbie's Quilting School. Kim has been very participatory today. You just have to make sure that you turn it on. Final thoughts, my friends. This has been a long day for us and the mods. So I'm so glad that we had such a very small, intimate stream today. And we all got to know each other a little bit today, didn't we? We all got to know each other today. Pretty well. Thank you, L. Parker. Thank you, Jerry, again. Thank you, Yuri's math teacher, for gifting like 10, 20 memberships today and a whole bunch yesterday and probably some this morning when we did Justin Timberlake. And so this is crazy. We may just have to recap on Monday, depending on what happens with Ashley Benefield's hearing, and Carly Gregg is supposed to start on Monday, but if it's just jury selection, they're not going to show that anyway. So thank you all for being here with us today and for being such an amazing, amazing group of people. Oh, and to someone who I did not have a chance to thank earlier because I hit end on it before I pulled up her super chat. Let me just say thank you to Meg P for the $10 super chat, who said during Justin Timberlake, have you read the Sean McDonough on X from an hour or so ago? And no, I haven't. So I do know that he's live now. I'm sure a lot of people jumped to go see what Sean was talking about. But since you are all here and you hung with me, I will read it to you. Because I don't know what it was about. For those of you who don't know, it's the Karen Reed case. What did he write? I don't know. That he was going to have JFK on, or how many nudes did Bakery Boy send to his coworkers at MSP? Okay, it says here, so let's drop another bomb. Appears that Mikey Proctor and his buddies were treated to a lot more of female cell phones than Karen Reed's. So here was the game. Anytime a female was arrested, the boys would get the cell phone of the arrestee and go through all the photos, searching for nudes, S-type videos, whatever. When they hit the jackpot, they would copy whatever they found and share. Well, according to this law enforcement source, says Sean McDonough on Twitter, high-ranking MSP supervisors were also slugged in on the sharing frenzy. And to make it even crazier, he says, our friends in Chelsea have it all. I don't know what that means, but I had a feeling when Proctor was saying that, that he didn't have any nudes yet, that somehow, somewhere, this was not the first time that they had done that. And wow, just absolutely wow. I'm going to redirect you. Let me just make sure that he is still live. And I'm going to redirect you over to Sean McDonough's channel. Tell him I sent you. Tell him Cupcake Invasion. Is he still live right now? He is. All right. So, and he's got JFK on his channel. So give me 1 second to set up the redirect so you guys can be teleported over there. That is some crazy stuff, you guys. Hang on. It's been a long day that we've been on YouTube. Been a long day. Anybody know that song? I changed the words, obviously, you know, to make it fit. Shock and horror. It's shock and horror. It's disgusting, but I'm not surprised. Go on over. Who's JFK? I'm not sure. I think he's a guy on Twitter or TikTok or something. Good night, everyone. Be cool, be kind, be classy. I love you with all my heart. Thank you for being here with me all day. Moderators, you are amazing. Peace, my friends. Make sure you have the notifications set. Hit the like button. We had 4.5 hours with only 500 people. Very, very intimate. Thanks for being interested in this case, because I'm interested. Feel free to share it out on your Facebook groups, your Boulder peeps, anybody you know who wants to hear about this case, because we do. Good night.